Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. How are you feeling today?
I've had a weird, like, I've always had the consistent, like, nose sniffle thing going on, and it has ratcheted up a little bit more for some reason. There's a
I'm literally having the same thing right now.
Yeah, I guess it technically would be like an allergy season maybe thing, but I haven't had to worry about that in recent years, so I'm not too sure. Something's going on that is making my nose more congested this week than usual.
Well, it's dry right now, like in my house at least. I don't know about outside. And I have an allergy that sleeps on my face
Well, there's
occasionally.
that. There's that. Yeah, man. Stuffy is the vibe, and like, it's also made me. I know that I have a problem where like when I talk, I sometimes create weird mouth noises, and
Well, I mean, yeah, everybody, yeah.
but I'm like hyper extra aware of that, and I'm trying as hard as possible to like have little discipline and like lean away in these moments to like inhale or to clear my nostrils or to, anytime I feel like there's one of those things about to come on, I'm just extra aware of it now because I heard it listening back to something and I was like, oh man, I really don't like those at all.
Oh, I see. I thought you were going to go into the place where it's like earlier this week, like 4 days ago, like it was really dry in here and I had like a little bit of a and you get to have that feeling of like, oh great. Oh super.
No,
And then it's nothing. But
no, I almost need like if I could have somehow like a brain triggered push to talk for recording, that would be an optimal end goal because there are moments when I'm like, I need silence right now because oh god, I'm about to make one of these weird noises, and so I'm just constantly leaning away at this point. But I want a brain push to talk is what I really need.
speaking of, I'd like to apologize to everybody because there is a pissed off cat being a bitch for no reason, which will probably pick up for a while.
Mm-hmm. Why such a bitch?
I'm not sure. I don't know. He has his food. He has his water. He is just, I think he's upset that Paige is asleep.
Is he upset with the state of affairs that is life? Is he upset with
I mean, maybe.
the day-to-day
Hold on one
malaise?
second. Let me see if I can. Hey, jackass.
Perhaps he has reached
What do you want? Hey.
the realization that that's all there is.
Well, there's a good old comic, which is like the cat is screaming. Why is the cat screaming? And then somebody says, "Well, if you knew what the cat knew, you'd be screaming too."
Yeah,
It's like,
that's all right.
what?
I like that.
Oh, like I like the idea that dogs and cats can see ghosts and shit,
But they
because then like when they stare at nothing and start to freak out, you're like, oh shit.
yeah, but they're also seeing them. Well, at least dogs are seeing them with like a really shitty, washed out color, filter.
Yeah, cats too. Like they're not. I don't think it's like they're kind of colorblind, but it's not black and white. It's just bad.
Yeah. Like that comic where there's the hero and like the dog hero, and it's like, now use the red sword to attack the green part, and use the green sword to attack the red part, and
It's like, oh
should
shit.
be no problem. And the dog's like, what? He's looking at both
I
swords.
don't
They're
understand.
the same color. Yeah.
Oh, I can definitely feel like a sleepy energy on this one. Like you know.
It's interesting how dogs have like that type of sight, and then you can see like simulated hawk vision where there's an insanely HD photo, and it's like, yeah, this is kind of what a hawk sees, and you can kind of zoom into this level of detail that's ridiculous. And then you look at the actual eyeball of it and you see all the extra details in the cornea and things like that, where you're like, oh yeah, that's why it can see that way. But it's such a complex sense that you have all this variability, right? So that For example, Min being colorblind is the thing that comes to mind most recently because we've been encountering that in a lot of funny places. But when it comes to smell, there's no smell blindness, right? There's either a shitty sense of smell or a good sense of smell, but nobody has a thing where they smell poop and they're like, oh, that smells great, or they smell like cinnamon and they're like, that smells terrible. Well, they do, but you know what I mean. No one's
I don't know,
inverting their senses.
I think there's people out there that smell poop. And
yeah, you're right. As I was saying it, I realized I'm wording this poorly. What I actually want to say is nobody smells like the wrong thing. Their brain, the brain takes
smell synesthesia.
The brain takes smell A and turns it into smell B. You know what I mean? Or if they do, I've never heard of it. If that's an actual condition, it's not one that I've ever heard of. But
I bet somebody's out there is like, delicious Wendy's cheeseburger. Let me just take a big old bite. Oh no, it was poop.
Or taste. Okay, what that sounds really. If that's real, so what's the name of that then? I've never heard of it. Or like a taste.
Poop smell.
Where like you taste the wrong thing, you taste one thing instead of another. Salt tastes sweet and sweet tastes salt, or something like that.
Oh, that's crazy. That's bananas. Yeah. That must make cooking a nightmare.
I mean, obviously everyone has a little bit of that version of it with cilantro with but that's I'm talking about on a larger scale with other aspects besides,
probably the craziest thing that I can think of is like dogs when they smell, because their smell is so good, they smell in like pseudo 3D. Because like just moving their head can get them enough data to tell how far certain smells are away from them.
Yeah.
Which is why blind dogs often don't have nearly as much trouble as like say blind people, because our sense of smell sucks ass.
Cilantro soap is again, I don't like that. That's not exactly what I have in mind when I'm talking about this, because it's like I taste both when I taste cilantro personally. I taste the flavor and I taste the soapy aspects. And it's almost like a bit of that, like it's almost like a magic eye thing where you can choose to focus on one or the other. The way I've tasted it, I can choose to focus on the soapy bitterness, or I can choose to focus on the flavor. But I literally can get both.
Dude,
but
Paige and I have been like getting so many like recipes lately that have like cilantro in them, and every time we do, we just like, okay, let's just not use cilantro at all because that shit's garbage.
I like it if I choose to, like taste the part. If I choose to focus on the part that is the flavor, it's not. It's the bad part is not so overpowered in the dual that I'm getting, the dual information I'm getting, that it's not worth it for me. But is there anything else like that where
I don't think so?
Because colorblindness is definitely like, yeah, you're seeing one as another and you're seeing dulls in between, and I'm wondering if like other senses have these things,
Oh, so I just looked it up. So the cilantro does have it. So you're describing like a normal reaction to cilantro, Wolves, because it does have soap issue. It has like stuff in it that is in soap.
Okay.
It's just people like me who have like a variation, like takes that like 10 times stronger. So it's all you taste.
Okay. I always thought,
but really,
or based on pop culture, it was always a thing that, like, the vibe was you either taste the flavor or you taste the soap.
Yeah. But is it okay?
It's a structurally similar
20%
molecule.
of people hate cilantro.
Okay.
Crazy.
Yeah. And it's unlike other things, I like how that one's pared down to in such a way where it's like, unlike other ingredients where it's just like, no, this is a flavor and I do not like it, like olives. Olives are like a set flavor. You either you dig or you don't dig, but this one is like, no, you might literally taste differently because of genetics.
You might be cilantro disabled.
You might be, yeah. Yeah, it is interesting. I think olives are also like insanely divisive. Clearly, personally,
don't care for olives.
Love them. Love Greek food. Greek food's my favorite kind of food.
Oh, I'll enjoy a good Greek food. I just don't care for olives, and I don't like hummus. I don't want it, and I feel like A little bit of garlic sauce is all right, but like, dude, some places they're like,
well, I usually get,
you don't even want to see your food, motherfucker. And I'm like, dude, come on.
yeah, that's why you get it on the side. If you're getting garlic sauce, get it on the side so you can control the portions. Hummus, hummus is good. It's fine, but it's like too much of it, and I get blanded out on it, honestly.
So every time this comes up, everyone's like, but it tastes great, and it's like, I'm a texture person. Certain textures just, and hummus tastes like you're chewing on slightly tastier vomit.
So I've had this discussion with Punch Mom a couple times. She's way more texture. I'm way more flavor personally. So if the flavor overpowers the texture for me, I'm gonna massively prefer that. But yeah, when it comes to olives, most of the times I've had olives in my life, I've really enjoyed them. You know, there's times when, you know, they can be like really juicy out of the jar, you know, type of thing, and it's like, all right, well, that's a bit too much olive juice in there, type of thing, or canned rather. But just for the most part, sliced olives on a thing have always been inoffensive to me.
Come to think of it, I haven't really had like a green olive in like 25 years.
Yeah,
because I had some, and it was a really strong taste, and it was like, oh no, bad. Like maybe my taste buds have like matured or dulled up
for sure
since then.
Over time,
and I would like a green olive. I remember feeling like the stupidest motherfucker in the world, discovering that red part is not part of the olive.
Yeah,
it's just a pepper that somebody jammed in there.
So like not even a martini.
Nah.
Okay. Because that
remember, I don't drink anymore, like ever.
Right. Yeah, you know, I every once in a while having a martini, I'll taste an olive for sure. But you know, in any case, the core thought at the beginning of this was like confusing the senses in such a way where it's like the equivalence of color blindness for other things. I've seen a lot of people say that this does exist and there's words for it. So I'm learning today. Disgaea? There was a word there.
Yeah, I also read that as Disgaea the first time.
What was that called? This is interesting. Let's learn.
Oh, I've discovered why the cat was so pissed off. He wanted to be pet, but he didn't want to be pet before, and he didn't want to come up here. But now that he came up here and he's getting pet, he's happy. Cats are stupid, dude.
Dysgeusia, also known as paraguisia or guisia. Congestion in the nasal cavity often clogs the special pathway that connects the mouth to the nose. So this is full of flavor experience. Temporary taste disturbances, termed dysgeusia, result from illness, but generally improve once you get better. Is this the dulling of your senses?
Yeah, it sounds like what we're having right now.
But it does
not. Like I got a kind of stuffed up nose.
But this does not sound like what I'm describing, though. When a person has a reduced sense of taste. I'm not talking about that. That's the wrong thing.
No, he's talking about tasting a Wendy's burger, but it's poop.
The complete opposite end of the thing. Yeah, I'm talking about, like, you know. But then again, when it comes to the color blindness thing, even when you look further into that, it is not seeing red as green and green as red. It's seeing both of them as the same thing. And it's kind of seeing both of them at the same time.
You know, come to think of it, I bet that if it is the case, like taste blindness would be like very uncommon, because that has a really bad evolutionary disadvantage.
It does.
For poison.
Absolutely. That's why berries
like color blindness.
Yeah.
Yeah, but
bitter berries are absolutely like a warning, you know. And the sugars are a reward because it means that like this energy will refill your batteries for longer than the non-sweet things.
Maybe.
In general.
Oh man, I want to eat just like a mouthful of raspberries right now.
In general.
We don't have any raspberries though, so that will have to wait.
But yeah.
Oh man.
I remember when I was...
It's a lazy morning.
Well, you know, get your coffee in you. It's also not morning anymore, so...
I disagree.
It's closer to sunset than it is to morning, to be honest.
We
are a few hours from the sun going down, my friend.
I have moved to the definition that morning is the 2 hours after you wake up.
Well, you're the reason why I make sure to say, hey, good afternoon properly each time, because a couple times we started and I said good morning and you'd call me out on it. So then I was like,
that's true.
So then I'm like, oh, yeah, look at the clock, say the right thing because of you. So where the fuck is this energy now?
I'm too lazy.
Okay, well, that's the last time I ever do things because of your bullshit. But
yeah, never do things because of my bullshit. By the way, speaking of, everybody mark your calendar. This is relatively rare. Well, I would like to apologize.
Okay.
Last week I was morning bitch grumpy and I had a big old stick up my ass.
Okay.
And I did not even let you finish talking about the thing that you liked before I started on my bullshit. And I'm sorry.
Thank you. Apology accepted. Cool.
I've discovered that this is like the 4th or 5th time that exact scenario has happened. And the easiest solution is to just eat it for 20 minutes and then go on my bullshit at the end. Where you can safely go, okay, you're nuts, and then we can move on.
Yeah, the problem is that at the time, there's no way to argue out of the paper bag that I've been put in, even though it is wet and soft. So
gross.
Eventually, at some point, it's like, all right, well, we're just going to walk here slowly, foot by foot, and then get to the point that we got to, which was ultimately, I'm not trying to sell you on it, and then say the piece and move on. But cool. Cheers.
You're welcome. I don't know how to like respond to that last part. Okay, but whatever.
Yeah.
Moving on.
It is an interesting thing that I guess there's been times where like we would have to like, I feel like, discuss something and then check in with like a third party or a fourth party in the past before there was such thing as these people, you know, to instantly feedback and contribute.
Oh, these people are trash. I saw one guy going, oh my God, we did it. And I'm like, you didn't do shit, motherfucker. I would never apologize for shit, no matter how many of you people were angry at me, unless I genuinely felt bad. I'll fight you all.
Cool. Okay. Well, in any case, you want to start or should I?
Everyone who listens to this podcast is trash.
Well, everyone is trash, so yeah.
Oh, damn it. Oh, you deflated it. Oh. All right, why don't you give it a shot? What's up, man? What's up, Wooly? Which is your name.
Hi.
My co-host, Wooly, and I am Pat.
Well,
for those of you who are new to the podcast,
I'd say the most exciting thing that happened this week was the exciting conclusion of Dokapon occurred.
I saw that.
Yes. Highs were hit. It went down in basically as spectacular a fashion as I would hope. I really wanted, obviously we all wanted to win, but more than anything, I'm not going to spoil any results for anybody until the anime has caught up. So, you know, don't get it twisted. This is spoiler free for the moment. However, I will say this, more than anything, I wanted the conclusion to not be unexciting and to not be like sort of a dramatic flop. And it was not. It was very exciting up until the very last seconds. So I am very pleased with exactly how crazy things played out. It reminds me of the Hypedro Cannon moment of the Nuzlocke in a way, where like things are uncertain up until the absolute last seconds, and that's perfect. So yeah, everybody that is watching the anime, stay tuned for the exciting conclusion, and be sure to stick around as well, because the epilogue of the video should also include the live action quote unquote ceremony that took place. So it was a good time. It's a good time. Dokapon is unlike anything else I've ever played. It's the craziest LP, bar none.
So before I say anything, I have to ask, because I had something I wanted to talk to you about on the camera about the finale, but I'm not sure if that counts in as spoiler. So would it just be safer to talk about that next week?
Yeah.
Because it's not about the winner.
Yeah.
It's about something the winner did.
Okay.
That I very much disagree with and can't believe went through.
Okay. That is, save that for at least for the finale.
All right. So what would that be up like next week?
Yeah. That'd be the right way to do it.
Okay. I will organize my thoughts for next week. They're actually pretty short. But all I can say is that congratulations to the winner of Dokapon, and boo on the losers, who should definitely stay losers.
Please get excited. Please look forward to it, and please tune in to the exciting anime conclusion coming soon to Wooly Versus. And yeah, a lot.
And no one was stabbed.
No, a knife was produced, but no crimes were in fact committed. So that was there. I would in fact say the opposite. The opposite occurred. So that's there. There's more I could say, but again,
save it till next week.
We'll save it. Second thing I did was took a look at the new netcode updates to Last Blade 2.
Okay, so that dropped then.
Code Mystics updated with rollback netcode. In fact, they had their own version of variable netcode, where it's rollback with other elements to it. Like they have a video breaking down some of the specifics of like how they have how they implement rollback in such a way that like it does half and half according to how severe the connection is, and does a pretty good.
So it tries to choose whichever's best?
It's not choosing whichever's best. It's primarily running with rollback, and then it compensates a few frames with delay or without delay, depending on whether or not.
Oh, that's cool.
Whether or not it would improve the match or not. It's really interesting.
That's cool.
Yeah, I was like, oh, okay, so someone's really thinking about that, and I'm definitely not going to go on into a large tangent about that anymore, because
holy shit. So I just bought Last Blade 2 just now, as we were talking, and when you click on it, the banner says Last Blade 2
netcode update,
netcode overhaul, like it's part of the logo.
Yeah. They want to make sure everybody knows that, like, hey, this is better now, So instead of just boring the podcast with another rollback discussion, I'll just say this: like, it worked. Every match was great.
Wow.
Last Blade 2, still a beautiful game. Tons of fun. Love that cast. Love the production value. One of those things where you're like, why is this franchise out of nowhere so nice? It's like, well, what made this get like the budget to be so clean? Who knows? But Swery wrote it. So, that was one of his first projects early on, or like second or third, I think, is when I ended up seeing the timeline. I like letting people know about that, because it's the most like, what the fuck? He wrote a fighting game for SNK, And yeah, man, like that's one of those things where I'm like, God, I just wish there's some way for those characters to live on in some shape or form. Besides, I mean, it's awesome that we get a current release that we can play with really good netcode. That's fucking more than I would ever imagine for the franchise. If you were to ask me about it, 10 years ago when, all these games were like super unknown to a lot of the people that are hearing about them now, but I mean, I'd have times when like basically bringing people over to my house and I'd be like, have you heard of this crazy obscure fighting game? Look at it. It's amazing. And it would just be like these like nights of like, what the fuck is this thing though? Who made this and why is it so nice? And like now everyone's hearing about it. So that feels really good.
I still remember the first time you showed up, you just pulled a fucking disc out of a binder and said, yo, check out Last Blade 2. I'm like, okay, I've never heard of this. It's probably trash. And it's like, oh, this is gorgeous.
It's gorgeous.
This is like Garou.
The music is incredible. The characters are incredible. The game is fun to play. And it is like Garou is applied on top of Samsho because it's still a weapon fighter and it's still, similar in its button layout. But yeah, man, just not enough love for that. It would be really nice to see that come back in some way, shape, or form. And I also like the period, like it's the 1800s, so it's like the Bakamatsu.
It's not Sengoku.
It's not Sengoku era. It's not the Samurai Showdown era. It is 200 years ago. So that's pretty cool. I'd love to see more from that specific flavoring. You got dudes.
Oh man, that reminds me of something that Paige saw on Twitter. If you want to feel like the oldest man in the world, was a professor, probably around our age, maybe a little older, going through one of their students' documents, which was analysis of media from the late 1900s, a breakdown on the show Friends. And it's like,
yeah.
the late okay. We're at the late 1900s now.
That's what we can say. That's true. We can do that. Yep. Born in the late 1900s.
Oh man,
that's crazy. But yeah. It's great seeing like Shinsengumi, motherfuckers popping up, and I feel as if at the very least give it that guest character love, give it like Gato and Rock Howard are now people that showed up outside of Garou, and slowly but surely there's no new Garou, but the characters are bleeding out, Bonjane and
a lot of them got out.
Yeah, and Tizok. These are all they have broken the chains of their game and made it out into the guest format. So let's get the same thing going for Setsuna, Kaede and all these awesome characters. Hibiki. Everyone knows, not everyone, that's not true. A lot of people know Hibiki as that girl in Capcom versus SNK 2 who ties her shoelaces.
Yeah, that's where I first saw her.
So like it would be really good to see a lot of that coming out. So that was rad. Not to mention it was awesome. Kaiser Wave, the community manager for SNK, showed up and gave us a ton of codes to toss out to the people.
Dope.
So we gave out like 15 copies of Last Blade for people to come play with us.
Enjoy your free video games, fuckers.
Yeah, man. That's what so we've been doing this. I said it a little bit earlier on another podcast, but get into fighting games. We've also started like giving you fighting games to get into. So if you
so there's a real like, no, seriously.
Yeah, get the fuck in. Like for like more than half of the people we fought were people who we gave codes to. So
so you must have crushed them.
So it was great. We kind of went, no, not really. But it was great because we were like, yo, we're going to play Last Blade 2 and here's a bunch of codes. You have to install it right now. If you get one, you have to install it this moment and you have to play with us. So like, yeah, that's been a really fun aspect. That's
a really good way to just beat on people. That's smart.
It is. I like that. That is a primary difference, I think, between every other fighting game, all other fighting game stuff and content I've done in the past versus getting to fighting games. Getting to fighting games is when we go through all the fun bullshit, we play online against you guys. You know, that's the primary difference between that and everything else. So if you want to come get some games in, join us. And also maybe get some free fighting games.
All I can think of is like Blaze from VF5 just going start, and then it's replaced with getting to fighting games now.
Yeah.
But there's no, like, it's so awkward. The length is wrong. So it's just a dumb, like, meme image in my mind at this current time.
Badly edited subtitle. Perfect. Yeah, so that was Last Blade 2. And then lastly, and of course, you know, I put this here because I know where this is going to go. And it would have been, you know, perfect in a news segue section, but I started the new LP on the channel as of last Tuesday. We took a crack open, and you should be seeing it soon in anime form, but I'll let the anime loyal know that Doom Eternal has been cracked open. So,
yo, I heard that game's good.
Yep. And
I also heard that game is in the news this week.
And in particular, I am playing Doom Eternal the same way I played Doom 2016 on my PlayStation 4.
Which is not in the news this week.
No. I am comfortably enjoying, well, with some exceptions, I am comfortably enjoying my copy of Doom 2016 and Doom Eternal on my PlayStation 4. Because, boy, oh boy, does PC not have a reason to be happy with this game. Before that, even. Before the news this week.
We'll talk about that.
Before the news this week, I have to say that I've heard all of you guys talking for years about Bethesda, and it's kind of been one of those things in my brain that's like, okay, giant company that does shit things. Yep. That's
but you have no personal overlap.
No
with
attached.
It,
no,
so
I have no threads.
Doesn't like
no
just,
threads whatsoever. None. You know, I just know that hey, that's one of those ones that did some things that sucked and were shitty, and people are not happy with that. So I'm like, okay, well, you know. And then you crack open Doom Eternal, and you want to talk about every step of this game being like, I mean,
the best game.
I mean, thank God that the game itself is still made by like the super good people that made 2016, and like still scored by Mick, you know, at least.
Yeah.
But
for now.
But there's so much publisher meddling that feels like let's get our hands all over this fucking thing. And
dude, when you load the game up, I don't know if it's like that on PS4, but like you have to sign up for a Bethesda
step
thing.
one, right? And that was my immediate moment of frustration. And I was like, ugh, I got really annoyed at that, right? And some people were like, it's not a big deal. Who cares? Why? What are you complaining about? And I'm like, this screen does not let you press circle to cancel it. You cannot back out. You cannot ignore it. You cannot even choose, turn off all my online features, right? It is a forced sign up. And I'm like, I worked in this world. I know what this screen is. I've worked on games that have this screen, right? This is a very clear, we need people and we want people to push to sign up for the thing, because when you sign up, obviously we can get you more ads and get you shit in your inbox, and that's,
get you on a mailing list and all that
crap.
Yeah,
obviously we know how that works, right? But the thought process where you decide, the moment you decide that you will remove the ability for the player to cancel that or to say no to it entirely, is a forced negative interaction that you are anticipating the player will have as their first moments with the video game.
So if you got the game day one and loaded up at any point on day one, me and I had this experience, everybody else I knew had this experience, And Jim had this experience when he put it up in his video. So I'm pretty sure it was universal. What would happen is that you would do that sign up process, right? And you'd be like, fuck, right? And then you would press start, and the game would then immediately go, the Bethesda net service has crashed.
That's hilarious.
Putting you into offline mode or whatever the fuck.
That's fucking hilarious, dude.
It was literally button press 1 and button press 2.
Yep. Fuck you. The double fuck. They could have just opted that. They're giving you a choice, but the calculated decision in the design to not give you a choice anticipates your frustration will not be as high as your desire to just get this shit out of the way and start the game. And of course, again, there were those that were like confused by why that bothered me, and I'm like, I feel this is a poor way to start your experience off, and this is publisher decided. This is not developer decided.
It's really clear what's in there that's publisher and what's not publisher.
Yeah, I've talked about in the past how like monetization experts and gas experts will come in and find ways to create added value where a design doesn't have any, right? Their job is in many cases to like create a revenue stream where their game didn't have a revenue stream. And part of this is also, we've discussed in the past, when they factor in that the pricing on microtransactions might be immensely upsetting to you at first, but if they shoot for the moon, then, or you shoot for the sun or whatever, then hey, if they back it off afterwards and land among the stars, so to speak, then it's like, well, that price is no longer insane. It's now just normal high, which...
So you got to beat it next time.
So, so you anticipate, calculate, and implement your plan that includes your anger, frustration, displeasure, possible blowback, negativity. All of that is factored into the decision-making process, right? It's super gross. It's a really shitty way to go about things because, you're essentially saying like, well, this is the bottom line and this is how much the person enjoys the experience that they're purchasing or the game they're purchasing. And we want to underline that. We want to cut that off and scrape it to a point where we can min-max it, So, yeah, that's awful. That shit's garbage. And every time I see a decision based on that thought process, I'm bothered by it. So that's why I was bothered in this case.
Little thing in the pit of your stomach goes, uh-oh.
Yeah. So now I understand this is the Bethesda thing. This is their way with it. And again, like I said, I've worked on games where we've had these things, and I remember seeing the iterations of the screen of sign up now, and some versions of the screen were more aggressive than others. I've seen this over the course of builds.
You know who has the best one? Capcom. Capcom, you load it up and it says, do you want to join RE.net? And the options are yes, no, and never ask me about this shit again.
That's always great. I've gotten used to.
You hit Y and it dies.
So I've gotten used to, and it's not as clean as I like a good UI. I've often talked about like some of my favorites, and how much like Metroid Prime Trilogy bothers me that they got rid of all the cool designs they had for their front end. I've gotten used to a like tab sort of system where like Killer Instinct, for example, has the little network tabs on the right, and you can like right. Smash, for example, or has those little tabs on the right, and you can go there for all these little community online things, and you can just browse through this information if you want it or not, but it's over here in its own section. So I did not make a Bethesda account. I did not sign up for it. I absolutely turned my internet off, went back in offline, and then it was like searching for your online privileges. It appears that you're not online. Okay, we'll let you in for now.
I guess.
Begrudgingly, we will let you play this game, but be warned, you will not receive bonus XP for your legendary skins, and you will not be able to participate in this multiplayer function that no one cares about anyway. Be warned. I'm like, okay, can we start the game? You know, it was, yeah. And then after that, you know, it's like, hey, press triangle to go online if you want. It's like, yeah, I'm good. So each time, and I've booted it up again since, and it's gone through a little bit of an update process where it's going to check you every time. And every time I'm like, all right, well, I guess we're going to have to play this game disconnected from the internet because fuck that. I don't give a shit. And I'm not going to be.
Now you have a slight,
you Wait, they were selling other people's mods?
Remember that thing where they were going to make it so that we talked about it on the podcast like 2 years ago for Skyrim, where they wanted to like monetize mods, but there was like no protection as to whether or not the uploader of the mod was the person who actually made the mod. And so it was a giant, massive shit show.
Okay.
We talked about it for like an hour and a half, but that was like 2-3 years ago.
So that was their shit.
Yeah.
Man. That's just stupid, dude. I really, you know, and then you kind of go into it and like, there's places where like, it's like, whatever. Like I felt it a little bit when I popped up Doom 2016 and like the entire front menu was just advertising the upcoming stuff. It was just like that whole network tab thing. Like I was like, did this game used to have a front end? And everyone's like, yeah, it did. That got updated the fuck out of the game, you know, once time passed. And now looking at it, like it definitely is like, you know, you got your campaign button and you got your missions and then you got your multiplayer stuff. There's a lot of that, like, you know, extra feature skins, XP missions, I'm feeling a lot of that vibrating off of the front end, and I'm kind of just ignoring it and just going, let's just get back into the fucking game and shoot the demons, please. You know. So
how's the shooting of the demons?
Shooting of the demons is great. The shooting of the demons is great. It's fantastic.
It's incredible.
It bums me out that this has to go up front, but that's where it's placed. Once we get into the game.
When I was playing it, I couldn't believe I kept saying the same phrase over and over, and I was like, this is a fucking video game.
Yes, it is. To the point where they've increased the video game-ness. They've made the kills even goofy gorier.
You want a fucking big fat one-up head?
Goof gore and one-ups are floating in the world. So they've completely embraced that side of things even harder than they did in the previous iteration. And I mean, yo, I got my double air dash, I got my double jump, I got my wall climbs. Like, we're moving, you know?
Yeah, very quickly in, you're like, oh, they want to do a first-person character action game with guns.
They also have a clear loop that they've designed and made very, what's the word? They've emphasized
apparent.
Apparent, yes. They've emphasized it. In fact, they refer to it on the difficulty selection screen. When you go to ultra violence or ultra hardcore, whatever the final.
So ultra violence, then nightmare, then ultra
nightmare, right? Yeah. So when you go to the nightmare thing, it literally refers to like if you have lightning fast reflexes and you understand and have mastered the loop, you know, the combat loop. So it's like, yeah, okay. I was definitely playing and having, I'm like, oh man, gotta warm back up. I had to slowly rev the engines a little bit. And then the way I got better in the first game was to just play between sessions, go back and collect everything, and you know, brush up and get better and better. So I've done a little bit of that. So I'm feeling a little.
The way the map stuff works in Eternal, the map is way better. I was able to get like full completions of those maps near every single like first trip through because you can just see big fat question marks. I like where you actually need to go.
Yeah. I'm having a bit of that astral chain problem, and this is exactly what I described when you first told me about it, when you took a look at it when it came out. I am having exactly the problem I said I would, which is the giant mission size means no clean point to stop and go back and do the
they're
things.
enormous. I had that problem streaming even.
Yeah.
Because I started and I was like, I'm going to do 3 levels. And then I'm like halfway through the 3rd level and I'm like, oh,
yep, exactly.
fuck.
Exactly. So, and then your checkpoint is right where it is, right? So something I was afraid of, and at the time I finished off, I asked the universe, I was like, hey, so I'm at this checkpoint. If I leave and go back and do other stuff, am I going to lose it? And people thought, yeah. I tested it out, and it turns out, no. You don't lose your current checkpoint when you go back to replay other older missions. So that was okay. But mission 2, for example, the entire first part of that mission where you are going and you see the wolf and that whole like castle area.
Yeah.
That whole part of that is like not its own mission. It's part of it. It's the beginning of mission 2. So I can't replay that and get better at whatever happens there or any of those things because you would have to restart the current mission. One, which undoes my upgrades, which undoes my unlocks, perks, and everything I've gotten so far in the current mission. So
just play through the whole game in one sitting. Come on.
Yeah, exactly. So, it still does have this thing, which, and it's a very unique problem to have, obviously, because it applies to, I suppose, like playing this in broadcasted sittings. But the fact that the end mission points are far and few in between create issues for my ability to, like, continue to level up and practice and collect things that I missed in previous missions, and I really wish they'd broke it up more.
It's one of those weird gameplay things where it's like for the average person or the non-broadcaster consumer, who cares? What, like, this is a non-issue. But for us broadcast consumers, it pops up and it's like, my solution to that ended up being to stream 2 levels only a night, but to 100% them so that I wouldn't have to go back.
You see, fortunately, the thing is that while that works in that works for you there, for me, the revisit also serves as practice, which I really need, as someone who's not very good at first-person shooters. Every time I'd re-go through the stage and get more collectibles, and sometimes just do it for the fuck of it, it would really help me tighten up. So, for example, like
what difficulty you play?
Well, that's it. So I'm playing on normal, and then I started my own practice slot on Nightmare.
Okay.
So
that's high to start.
Yeah, but I want to improve. So after the first session, I then went into Nightmare on a second slot, and I won't be passing by my current progress point, but I'll be playing out in that way so that I can at least get better at the base game, That's my point, because I'm like, if I can't go back and collect things to like improve my weapons, to get the extra add-ons, all that shit I could do in the original. I was able to go get all the perks off screen and come back and go, yep, I leveled up this gun, it's maxed out. I can't do that now, so now I just have to do the version of that in my head, which is leveling up, on my Nightmare run.
I would personally recommend actually just instead of doing that, but just to switch your regular playthrough to ultraviolence. Doom doesn't surface it the way that Halo does. Halo is the only game I can think of that surfaces it like in your face, where you have your difficulty modes in Halo, which is I think casual, normal, and then heroic, and then legendary. And then when you mouse over heroic, it literally says, this is the difficulty we tuned the game for. This is pick this one. For Doom, that's ultraviolence. The game really feels like built around ultraviolence, whereas normal tones some things down from UV, and Nightmare just takes the fucking scale to 11, and everything does way more damage, and enemies are faster and stuff like that. When I was going through it on UV, There's like that game has a difficulty curve that I would say is a straight line to the upper right. Like every level is like 30% harder than the level that precedes it.
Well, this is where I say that when you watch me first pop it on, I'm playing on normal and I'm still struggling in some points. And you know, especially as I'm trying to get back into like how to aim properly, how to move, and you know, and like there was I had 2 choke point rooms. One where you come out from, you know, seeing the king, and then you're in that little circle area, and like that room was like a choke point for me where I had to really stop and like move properly and keep it going.
Is that where there's like a knight chasing you around?
Exactly, a couple of them, right?
Yeah.
You know, and then there's the other ones where it's like, okay, you got 2 spider brains coming out, like, and you got to really get the hang of like dealing with those enemies quick. So they all have weaknesses, they all have clear ways to fight them, and yeah, just learning that for the first time in the first session, like after, you know, 1 or 2 tries at it, you're seeing me like sloppy and messing up a whole lot. Again, I've tightened up a little bit more since then, and especially playing on Nightmare, you kind of have to, because like you take 1 hit of some of their like criticals attacks and you're dead, you know.
Dude, I love that game's difficulty curve. When I beat the game and I'm like, oh, I'll go back and play the first couple levels, you know, for funsies. Yeah. It's a game for children. Like, well, the stuff they throw at you at the end feels like a different game altogether.
But here's the other thing to keep in mind, right? So going back and playing like the beginning on Nightmare, the first spider brain, arachnotron you come across, you don't have air slow-mo, you don't have dash,
hell no,
you don't have any of those things. You just have to walk it and play it clean. So take those abilities do make things much easier too, you know.
Huge clutch.
Huge. Anyway, so what I like I said, what I ended up doing in the end is that's it. I created that second slot. And as far as the breaking up of the missions go, you know, the last thing I guess I'll say on it is, oh well, until I hit that 6-hour one or whatever the fuck you guys said is coming, is that the as you said, it's not something that most people are gonna feel, but it takes nothing away. It just adds. It's just a benefit. So I would hope in the future that games do that, because it there's nothing to lose and there's stuff to gain from, you know, having it paced and broken up in that way.
And it's weird that you're playing it at this current time where you get to enjoy it, and it is incredible. But at the same time, you're seeing the stuff happening with the PC version. You had your own personal frustration with the login thing, but you also know that like with the like little bit of drama with Mick Gordon, that he's probably not going to come back for the next one. And like it has this like, and it's all publisher weight. It's all just,
oh yeah, I can feel it.
You know,
I can feel it doing an incredible job with this video game and handing it off to someone who's going to take it and bend it and fold it. And it's like, please, I just sold you my print. Please don't fold it into a paper airplane and stuff it into the bottom of your bag under your lunch that is dropping grease onto it, you know, before you walk out of the artist alley. Like, at least have the decency to walk away from the artist alley table with the print still being kept in a decent condition, instead of just crushing it into a ball and shoving it in your back pocket, you know? But they don't seem to really give a fuck, and obviously if they're willing to make you start the game up, force you to sign up for a thing and not even give you a chance to say no to it, they don't give a fuck about all this other shit either way, right? And it's not on them, even though even though like the controversies that are coming around and all, like they don't care as long as the game sell the thing. Doom, yeah, we make Doom. You know, we're the company, we're the guys, you know, and it's like, fuck, man, like this was so simple in its appeal, and you're stepping in and you're doing that thing. You're doing that thing that happens when, you know, something that is simple and appealing you know, if you want to take a music artist analogy,
simple and clean, really.
Gets introduced to Hollywood agents that fucking put their shades on and be like, all right, let's set you up, let's hook you up with these people, these influencers and this Instagrams, and then let's get you rolling, and then you're gonna do a cameo over here, you're gonna be on this reality show, and then you gotta, you know, and then just all this like fucking garbage just gets bloated into something that is like
I have an analogy for it. Bethesda is the divorce lawyer of an amicable divorce.
Oh, how about that? How about that?
Where it's like, listen, honey, we really should go our separate ways, and they're like, you know what? Yeah, me too. Let's figure this out. Okay, I'm gonna get a lawyer. Okay, you get a lawyer. Okay, great. Hey, that bitch is gonna take all your money. You need to sue that bitch and steal the kids. I don't know, man. Do I really want to steal Doom Eternal from the people who already bought it with the DRM? You fuck those people. They're just trying to fuck you. It's like. By
the way, how much are you getting paid? Oh, you know, the more you take from them, the higher my cut is, or rather, the higher my percent stays the same, but I get more by pulling more into this more shit into the situation. Cool. So it is in your interest to make things as messy and as expensive as possible. Yes, got it. Thanks. Yeah. So that is ultimately like that is the feeling, and it sucks because it's hard to ignore until you just get into the video game and play it.
I would say beat it as fast as you can
to minimize all of that.
Bethesda screws up the fucking PS4 and Xbox versions.
Oh my god. How you gonna de novo a fucking console?
Wooly, they made it so that the Doom 1 and 2 ports needed that Bethesda sign-in, and if the Bethesda net thing went down, it would kick you to the fucking dashboard. They eventually patched that out because that's fucking stupid, but yes, that does exist. It can happen.
I want to say that the video game industry has a very short memory, but then again,
the shortest.
But then again, every industry every industry has really short memories.
Which industry has the shorter memory? Music, movies, or video games? Maybe movies. Maybe.
I feel like movies is the right answer there.
It's probably movies.
I'd say so. Yeah.
It's like it's crazy.
Like you can fuck up the last one and make the next one, and then people are like, "Yeah, I'll go see Batman v Superman,
Spider-Man, Spider-Man and Superman, man. Yeah. Those two,
I'll go see Justice League." You know, yeah. But movies also have that thing of like accidental successes that they cannot comprehend, and then attempting to live up to them in some way, shape, or form. So it's bad memory on part of everybody involved, I suppose. But you know, games just like because I want to know, like, for all this behavior we hear about, you know, Bethesda and everything they've done,
and EA, and
what has the Bethesda historical response been to shit tons of anger?
Fuck you.
Yeah, that's okay. Yeah. Figures.
Eat shit.
Figures. Is there a Bobby Kotick that we should know about?
Yeah, it's Todd Howard.
There you go. God coward.
Now, Todd Howard likely doesn't have anything to do with Doom, but fuck him anyway.
Right.
He's an asshole.
God coward. Yeah. Okay. Well, there we go. So.
Pete Hines. Pete Hines. There you go. Fuck you, Pete Hines. There you go.
Okay.
Thanks, chat. Appreciate it.
In any case, hey man, you know what's cool? Ripping and tearing. You know what's really cool?
Yeah.
Someone saying that to you in a really deep voice.
Wooly, if you like that, you're gonna lose your shit at where that game's story goes.
Sure. and then walking into giant fucking hell churches as the hell choir is singing at me is
the throat singers.
Fuck yeah,
are just going
in there. All of that's good shit. You know, they've absolutely played up the energy of so Sam and Slayer in the first game have a very clear relationship of, now you don't need to do that. Okay, well, I see you don't. Oh, you know, and here they're kind of doing that with everyone you encounter, basically.
Every single person in the game says, don't do that.
Yeah. But here's the problem, right? It's not a problem, actually. Here's the solution. It's the complete opposite. Yeah. He's doing this with the same energy that Kratos had meeting anybody in God of War 1 to 3 and Ascension. Right? Literally, like, it is the same energy of fuck you, right? But the difference...
Yeah, and instead of going, Ares, it's demons.
Yeah, the difference, so far at least, is quite clearly that, like, you know, in God of War, like, they were questionably cunts a lot of the time. For the most part, pretty not great. But sometimes you're like, all right, Kratos, all right, chill, brah. The fuck?
Yeah.
You know, and here it's like Doom Guy is like, oh no, you're all garbage. You're all the absolute worst, and there is no question about that attitude.
What's that techno demon angel? I shouldn't do this.
Yeah. They're playing that part up as hard as they can. Everyone meets Doomslayer and ends up like having a moment of like, I am the wait, what are you? Hold on, stop. Seems to be the energy they want to convey, which, you know, does wonders for making the video gamer feel powerful. So yay at that.
And all that really matters is that painting of him and Daisy in his office.
Right. Found a Daisy. That was cool. Found the rabbit.
Yeah, I didn't know this until recently. That painting of Daisy and Doom Guy, that's fan art.
Cool. Yeah. No. The moment, you know, the moment the first game has him push the screen out of the way and just go on with the doom slaying, and they're like, this is the thesis statement for the entire franchise. So let's keep that, you know. But at the same time, they're not ever making it. They're not turning it. Like, I was wondering if they would do that for all plot, and they clearly do not. You know, like, they still have a story and they still have characters. And I mean, at one point, like, I just met a dude, you know, and like the fucking Slayer takes a knee. You know, he's like, hey, yo, all due respect, I'ma do me.
Hey, you're cool.
But hey, I get it. You know, and I'm like, oh, okay. So these little bits and pieces, and then he goes back to his fucking Fortress of Solitude to then choose where to warp next and save.
The Doomopolis.
You know, and you gotta appreciate how you're looking at that map of like, here's the state of the world, and you're like, are you on North America? Go fuck yourself. In particular, New York and L.A. like
are just giant mouths.
You are just it is a demon sigil pentagram.
Well, there's a level about halfway through the game that's literally just called Super Gore Nest.
Yeah.
And you're like, how bad could the Gore Nest be? And it's like, oh, all the way to the horizon. Got it. Okay, great.
The importance of me replaying as well is so that I can catch some of those finer details. Like, obviously, there's the awesome shit of the Titans walking around in the background of the first level, but walking by boxes that are just like, they're just assets as you play the game and look for secrets and things. But then you take a look again on replay, and I'm like, wait, no, that is a cage stuffed with people to the brim.
Oh yeah,
and they're all like in horrible suffering. This is
they're kind of melted.
Yep. And then, of course, you get that that Olivia Pierce energy as well, which is like, the UAC would like to thank you for your suffering during this transition. Forget the future. Pain keeps you tethered to the present.
I was like, what? This sucks.
Yeah, but that shit used to be for level 3 members only, right? Step 1 was the future and science are awesome. And then step 2 is, hey, you might see some stuff that makes you nervous or confused. Don't worry about
that
it.
shit.
Just realize that this is for the greater good, and mankind needs this, and look how cool we are. Look how far we've gotten. Just accept it, okay? Stop questioning it. And then step 3 is, before the demon breaks your neck and feasts on your insides, be sure to put your equipment down in a safe place that doesn't break it. And do not anger the demon, simply accept your fate as it consumes you. You know? So, like, that secret level 3 cultist shit has now been brought to the forefront and broadcast far and wide. So I'm like, oh boy, I'd love to see what Sam has to say about all that, considering how fucking shit Olivia was. But everybody's got to get it. Everybody's got to get it.
They've all got to get it.
So, in addition to the ultimate teaser, of course, being like, let's say you mashed, God bless Doom, let's say you mashed through every cutscene in that game and you didn't give a fuck about anything that anyone said, and all you did was the shoot bang. They also have a weapon teaser where you're like, okay, so you cannot give a fuck about any of the events or people here, but they show you a weapon you want to get your fucking hands on. So
you want to hear a bummer about that weapon?
Oh, don't do this to me, dude.
It's not as good as the BFG.
Don't do this to me. I'm very excited about my weapon teaser, man. I don't want you to ruin it. But yeah, as long as you're in the video game and playing it, things are great. Plus, I also see that they've the whole thought process of like having a loop also applies to like, you know, your mobility and such. Like, they want you to be in a room with the demons, just absolutely flying around all corners of it, every surface, jumping and boosting and doing wild things. And the fact that they tell you on the codec exactly what the weakness is for each thing is like setting you up for what I assume is going to feel like puzzle rooms. Like, every once in a while when you're playing Bloody Palace in DMC 5 or 4 or 3, you get to a room that is more of a puzzle than it is a combat test. Each of the enemies has a really, really slow, annoying way to beat it, or the quick deal with this, like, the quick way to deal with it. But if the quick way to deal with it is, like, easily interruptible by some bullshit to your left or your right, then setting that up is hard, you know? So that becomes the challenge. And I can see that being the case where it's like, all you got to do is toss a grenade in that Caco's mouth, but you got a fucking Hell Knight on your ass, you got an Arachnotron up your butt, and I don't know what else is going to come, but probably some other motherfuckers suiciding, kamikazeing their way to you, you know?
So I watched a bunch of the dev diaries, and the puzzle rooms you describe, you've already seen them.
Yeah.
It's just they haven't been that intense, and it is in some of the dev documents they've shown like the way that they spawn enemies in and on what order and at what threat level. And the puzzle is, what is the most dangerous thing in the room right now / how fast can I make it go? Because they spawn, if you let everything spawn in and let everything like live all at the same time, there's a lot coming at you. There's a lot in there. So it becomes like, you know, so have you met the Whiplash yet?
Is that the gargoyle?
No, the snake bitches.
No.
Okay, once you meet them, your brain will go, oh, there's a Whiplash. It needs to go.
Okay.
It needs to go right away.
Okay.
And enemies start to get added to the priority list. And then you get to the thing of like, well, there are 3 Whiplashes and there's 1 cyber demon and there's this. So which is, and that's the puzzle.
And then you have the secondary layer of the puzzle, which is your resource management. You've got your flames, you've got your nades, you've got your super punch, you've got your
that blood punch is ridiculous.
You got the blood punch, you got the it's fucking crazy. You've got your healing kills, you know, your glory kills. And like, you just have to cycle through. It's like, what do I need? Shields, flame it up. What do I need? Ammo, chainsaw. You know, and like, you're keeping your numbers up while also assessing the threats,
getting their numbers down,
assess the threat, get their numbers down, keep your numbers up, and never stop moving. This is the three circles, you know. And I'm like, I can see it. I like that. I like having moments where you since you can glory kill things from super far away, like chainsaw from super far away, you'll like snap forward in midair and like kill the Kako and then just backdash onto a platform. Because obviously if you just kill it and drop, you're dead, you know?
Yeah.
So it's like, be aware that the game will give you the ability to snap onto that thing.
To kill yourself with a glory kill.
But if you try to flex too hard, you're going to die. So back your ass back up onto the ground, you know? So, yeah, the loop is clear. I'm having a lot of fun with that.
That game's great.
Yes, and I am only...
Shame about all that other shit, though.
Shame about all that other shit. And I am only 1.5 missions into it.
Yeah.
So that's 3 hours, right? 4 actually. 4 hours.
You picked a great time to get into Doom because when you're done, you can get out of Doom.
Yeah, there's that. Another thing too is you got to read the lore as we go this time.
There's some sick shit in there.
But you're supposed to know it as you go, as opposed to like later before.
Yeah, if you don't, you'll be very confused.
Yeah. So before we were just doing like catch-up sessions in the Death Stranding style, where it's like, all right, we've built up a whole lot of emails here. Let's read some. And now it's like, no, like doing it on the moment makes sense, you know. So, yeah. Doom Eternal, so far so good. Just keep the fucking publisher away from me.
No.
Well. So, yeah, that's pretty much it, you know. That's
Where would you go to see this Doom Eternal playthrough, Wolves?
Well, if you would like to see the exciting, titillating, insane, wild, and awesome conclusion to Dokapon Kingdom, you can tune in to Wooly Versus on YouTube. And, of course, alongside Doom Eternal and KOTOR 2, we've got other stuff going on. Streets of Rage is coming out right now. Streets of Rage 4 is happening. And I've got some cool new stuff as well in the works. I've got some ideas, you know. Dokapon, of course, was a big, big investment time-wise. And it ended up being, apparently, it seems like we are the #1 result for that game. When you search for it,
we're the #1 result, or the #2 or 3 or 4 or 5 for apparently every game at this point on that subreddit. It's cool. Crazy.
But on YouTube in particular, it's Dokapon we've taken over the Dokapon Kingdom YouTube world that didn't exist prior to now, I guess. Although again, you know, there is the Runaway Guys original LP that they did, and now a lot of them are popping up. So. It's pretty cool to see, and I hope maybe the energy can reach the right people, and we can see some shape of this game take form.
Even a port, dude.
Take form.
Even a port.
Yep. I feel like.
So let me ask you, with your experience with Dokapon, would expanding Dokapon out to the rest of the world be irresponsible, possibly immoral?
I think it would be an absolute gangbusters moneymaker if you market it the right way and let people know exactly what they're in for. Mm-hmm. Right? Overcooked is a very successful game.
Oh, that's true.
People now know why they get overcooked. They know exactly what the point is.
Because they want a reason to get a divorce.
They need it, actually. So the divorce maker, the friendship ruiner, the world of Dokapon, which, by the way, again, this is the 3rd game in the series. You know, it is something that if you let people know right off the bat, this is what you're in for, you'll get tons that are down for that. Plus, in the past, this was a really awkward thing to pitch at somebody, because imagine playing this with your friends over the course of 60 to 70 hours, possibly longer.
Ridiculous.
You know what I mean? You have to meet up that often to do this. Like, you have to put the type of dedication that people put into their D&D sessions, you know? Like, you might be playing this for the better part of a year if you're going to do this with your friends. Now, if you were to allow that to be done online,
that'd be a lot easier.
That'd be a lot easier, and a lot of people would be like, "Oh yeah, we got a campaign going. Let me tune in. Let's get some weeks in. Let's do a thing."
Friday afternoon.
Yeah,
let's do it.
You know, because there's definitely something so incredible about like imagine playing 60 games of Mario Party that are all part of the same game. You know, that like Mario Party is a one sitting thing, and here the tension builds to this like climax of like ridiculousness. It definitely deserves to come back, and if it doesn't, then it deserves to have its idea spiritually successored into another form, because like there truly was no other game like it. There was no other experience like this. So it would be amazing to see this brought back with the modern lockdown life we live, and to give people the opportunity to play it with their friends on a regular basis for a long, protracted period of time as the salt maker, you know? Anyway, that's all on Woolly Versus. And, of course, the manga continues as well. Woolly Versus on Twitch. And, yeah, if you want to...
Marriages will bleed.
Marriages will bleed. Yeah. And then... if you want to get updates to anything going on and whatnot, you can follow me at Woolly Wolves on Twitter.
Whoa. Would this be a good time to talk about the podcast sponsors this week?
Yeah, sure.
Let's do it.
Either that or whatever. Let's take a word from our sponsors. All right. I mean, look, folks, you know what this is, all right? This is a podcast. You listen to it, and we have products that sponsor the podcast. And
shockingly so, still.
And we would like you to purchase these products so that you may let them know that you are a fan of this show and that it supports the thing. So the products are as follows.
What do we got?
Number 1, DoorDash.
Hey, DoorDash.
Food is a thing you need to consume.
I mean, I'm just eating a big bowl of walnuts right here, but I should probably have something more substantial than that.
Number 1, food keeps you alive, so it is important that you eat food. If you are going to keep eating food, you should eat food that tastes good. Therefore, the way to acquire food that tastes good is from someone who's better than you at making food. This is what we call a restaurant. But restaurants are all very difficult to go to right now and always, let's be real. Therefore, we introduced DoorDash, a service that will bring the good food to you. Therefore, it's a solution. You can keep living. And while you keep living, you can also do other things like listen to this podcast you enjoy that you would like to support, because it's just it's simple. You get the app, you tell them what you want, they bring it to you. What do you gotta say? This is a product that sells itself because it's your sustenance, it's your life. Do I have to really convince you that, you know, putting food in your body that tastes good is a thing you want to do? You already know that.
You should do it.
We don't have to get fancy with it. Whatever the type of food you want. Whatever your...
It also means that if you get DoorDash, you won't have to go to those creepy mannequin restaurants.
There you go.
DoorDash will not bring a mannequin to your house.
No, only the food you want that you ordered.
Only food.
And, you know, you want choices? You've got choices. Over 300,000 partners in the US, Puerto Rico, Canada, and Australia. That's a lot of choices to pick from. So you can narrow down, I guarantee, exactly the flavor of item you would like to put into your body so that you may increase your vitality and nourishment. Your local favorites are also probably on this list. So just get the app. Get the DoorDash app. Do it.
Just do it.
Get the fucking app. Order the food.
Just do it now.
Order the food to your door. Eat the food. Live. Be good. Be happy. It'll taste yummy. And then be like, hey, man, thanks DoorDash and Castle Super Beast, because here's what's up. Right now, our listeners can get $5 off their first order for $15 or more and 0 delivery fees for their first month when you download the DoorDash app and enter the code CASTLE. That's $5 off.
Dude, that's all right.
It's $5 off your first order and 0 delivery fees for a month when you download the DoorDash app in the App Store and enter the code CASTLE. Don't forget, it's code CASTLE for $5 off your first order with DoorDash. Get the thing, press the button, get the food, eat it, listen to the podcast you like. Everything's good. Product. Thanks, DoorDash.
Thanks, DoorDash.
Next order of business.
All right, what do we got?
You listen to the podcast. You enjoy it. You have ears.
Mm-hmm.
You want to listen to it optimally. You don't want to listen to it cumbersome with annoying headsets and wires and things that suck. So Raycon.
It's annoying.
Raycon is a product. What is it? It is.
Wires are a thing of the past, dude.
It's the good thing. You want to hear things conveniently. You want to hear them nice, good quality, comfortably, without any complications. You already know about the Raycon earbuds. They start at about half the price of other premium wireless earbuds on the market, and they sound just as amazing as the other top audio brands, you know? So that's what it is. You want to hear things, you want to hear the things good. Okay? Again.
I've been contacted by people who bought these earbuds due to this sponsorship, and they have told me, Pat, these Raycon earbuds are lit. Thank you.
You want the lit products. You do. Such as the everyday E25 earbuds, the best ones yet. What do they got? 6 hours of playtime, seamless Bluetooth pairing, more bass, compact design, a nice noise-isolating fit. You understand what it is already. We already told you about it. You don't gotta worry about them being, bunched up in your pocket. They're discreet, they're stylish. They fit nicely in the ear. The company was founded by celebrities like Snoop Dogg, Ray J, and Brandy. So you like those people and their music. So didn't you like hearing us? So you get the product, you put it in your ear, it's good. Raycon. Get yourself some of those everyday E25 earbuds. You will like them. They are good. Now's the time to get the latest and greatest from Raycon. Get 15% off your order at buyraycon.com/superbeast. That's buyraycon.com/superbeast for 15% off Raycon wireless earbuds. buyraycon.com/superbeast. It's that simple. You know the thing. Get it, get the thing, hear it good, enjoy it. You will like it as you listen to us in your ears. Thanks, Raycon.
Thank you, Raycon.
Final order of business. Again, we want to talk about healthy, delicious meals. We want to talk about
I do.
Having the ability to cook at home and make things that help you be healthy and good. Enter Sunbasket.
Sunbasket?
That's correct.
I doubt that's a basket straight from the sun.
It is not a basket straight from the sun, but the sun produces light and warmth that grows vegetables and all kinds of good foods, as well as animals too, and those things become ingredients that you can mix together to make all kinds of great meals that will keep you alive with the sustenance. We like the food to taste good, and there's different kinds of foods. If you have dietary preferences, including paleo, gluten-free, Mediterranean, vegetarian, and more, Sunbasket delivers healthy, delicious meals straight to your door. It's pre-portioned, ready to prep and cook. You got a dinner full of organic produce and clean ingredients in as little as 15 minutes, no matter how much experience you have in the kitchen. You got a ton of recipes to choose from. Hoisin steak strip, lettuce cups packed with daikon and carrots, roasted salmon.
I don't know even what you're saying, but that sounds delicious.
Roasted salmon with miso glazed eggplant, black bean tostadas, Diablo and cabbage slaw, and guacamole. And I have it on good authority that the pork chops are ridiculously good, like best I've ever tasted good. So that's what's going on. It's just, you know what the thing is, and you get the Sunbasket, you get the food, you feel good, you're happy, Support the podcast.
Wait, hold on. Did you say earlier that the sun makes animals grow?
I said the sun produces light and heat, and light and heat give us life in the form of plants and animals. Without the sun, there would be no plants or animals.
That's true.
Thank you. Therefore, right now, Sunbasket is offering $35 off your order when you go right now to sunbasket.com/superbeast and enter promo code superbeast at checkout. That's sunbasket.com/superbeast and enter promo code superbeast at checkout for $35 off your order. Sunbasket.com/superbeast and enter promo code superbeast. What more do we got to say? Thank you, Sunbasket. Get the thing.
And thank you to the sun.
Thank you. Get the thing. Enjoy it. Enjoy it. Support the show. You like it. You know, nothing else to say. What do you want from me? You want good food. That's what you want. All right. Well, folks, that's usually where we would. Oh no, wait. Hold on a second. We did this early.
What?
We didn't get to your week.
Oh, that's right. No, we did it real early. I just felt like just getting our sponsors their fair due earlier on this week for whatever reason. I don't know, it just felt natural.
What about your due?
Hey, Willie, I sent you a tweet just now in the Discord with some screenshots in it. The reason I did that is I'm not going to talk too long about it because it's fairly dry. But there's 4X games. There's a lot of them. There's a lot of 4X games. That's Civ, Galactic Civ, Crusader. There's a lot. There's a million.
Can you break down 4X for people who might have missed its explanation 2 weeks ago?
It's explore, expand, exploit, exterminate.
As coined by
Sid Meier.
Yeah.
So the easiest way to explain that is not to actually describe anything in the game. It's to say it's like Civ. Instead of calling them Civ clones, they called them 4X.
Roguelikes, Egavanias.
Anywho. Yeah, something like that. So I was playing Endless Space 2 this week. And Endless Space 2 is a high quality space 4X. There's the two subgenres made by Amplitude. And it's really clean. It's really streamlined. It has the best interface I've ever seen for this type of game where everything is easily read at a distance. It's got good music. It's got very interesting races.
What the fuck is...
It's just really good.
These are very clean screenshots. What the fuck is Games Together? Is that some kind of...
Oh, that's their weird bullshit.
Why does it sound like a boy band?
For some reason, a lot of the independent 4X publishers ended up getting their own bullshit, like side stores that no one ever uses ever. So if you're interested in 4X games, you might want to check out Endless Space 2 or even Endless Legend. Probably the best thing about Endless Space 2 to me is that it has an adaptive interface scale that actually works perfectly with TV setups.
Yay!
Which is like one of the first games I've ever seen to do that.
I am running into a problem on a lot of games these days where
oh yeah, I bet.
I can't read the fucking menus because the text is too small and there's no option to increase that size. You can increase subtitle size, but the menus are what they are.
Yeah. Warhammer 2, the game I was talking about last week and I'll be playing it this week on stream, also has just a straight up sliding scale. Like, hey, how big do you want it?
Yeah,
Civ has one. But Civ's goes only up to like 130%. It sucks.
Me and Reggie are taking turns squinting as descriptions pop up on fucking tooltips, dude.
Nice. That's just great, isn't it?
Yeah.
I hate that. I hate it. So yeah, Endless Space is good. I like Endless Space.
Yeah.
It's a good game. I enjoyed it. I'll be playing more of it. There's a race of sentient cubes in that game, so it really feels like it was made for me.
No, it's not.
Other games
it's not about glasses. The distance the TV sits at was perfectly fine in previous generations. It is literally the game changing the text size from what it used to be. This is not the same thing.
Photos of what what text looks like on my television on some games. And I have one of the biggest TVs around, and the text is like pixel sized in some of the in the screenshot that I sent. Right? Like it's just unreadably small. Glasses wouldn't help. Glasses would just let me see the smaller text that I still can't read is in.
It's this,
slightly sharper.
Hey man, like get glasses to fix the Dead Rising 1 on launch
on a CRT. Like interfaces have gotten smaller and smaller for some reason.
Yeah. On games that,
and it's like I want big interface.
Well, it's like, again, if the game is on PC, you can fuck with the resolution to get your shit as comfortable as need be. But also your screen is, your monitor sits like right in front of your nose, right? Living room measurements are, a little bit different, but like they give you the recommend of the I think it's the diagonal distance ×2. And yeah, like the text has changed for what it used to be. The size is now like it's getting smaller.
Like there was a goofy thing that happened with Final Fantasy 14 where they were like, hey, we've announced like 4K resolution support officially, right? You're like, cool. And then you load it up into 4K resolution support and the game is unplayable because most of the UI stuff is in like these baked in like text boxes. And it's like people even sitting at their PCs can't read it. It's just too small. So for like a year, people are like, can you please offer us the ability to make these fucking things bigger, please? Fucking please?
And I know...
and it took them months and months and months.
Yeah, I know in the past your solution has been like, just get a bigger TV.
Yeah, but that stops like that.
There's an upper limit. That's expensive as fuck, and there's an upper limit. There is.
And two, it still doesn't work enough on some games. And then what you do is you go increase text size in the game. And then you find people playing on PC with like their monitors sitting at a desk going, I can't read this shit.
Yeah.
I literally can't read. There was a Warhammer game called Adeptus Mechanicus. It's a tactical RPG like FFT. And like the forums were filled with people going, I can't read shit.
So
in this game, it's so small.
There were some instances where I was playing something and the stream laptop in front of me, where the Elgato feed is coming in, like the small preview window through OBS or through the Elgato game capture software, I can just stare at that and read that more than I can read the text on the actual television in some cases. Yeah, because it's like the size is just fucked, So there's been some times where that is applied as well. Yeah, man, I don't know, dude. But in any case, these screenshots look beautiful though.
Yeah, the game's gorgeous. Sounds great.
I see like what looks like an astronaut soldier man doing an all-out attack on a flower.
Yeah, that's right.
That's as best as I can understand what's happening there.
So yeah, that type of game is great, but that's probably if I had to recommend any of those types of games to get into, I'd probably recommend Endless Space 2 because it actually has a decent tutorial. Tutorials in those games tend to be like laughably terrible because they're too complicated. Endless Space 2 walks you through like almost every detail of how to actually play the game for a good like 30 turns. Now, which is a while. That was like a whole stream, basically.
Is there a reason why you're hunting for a 4X game particularly right now?
I had the thing where I bounced off Warhammer 2. And then I decided to, because I didn't do that stream, so people were disappointed. So I'll do a different 4X game instead. And I'm going back to Warhammer 2 this week. And 4X games are weird because I own a lot of them because I appreciate them, but they're so intense that I have trouble getting into them. So I tend to get them and then bounce off. And part of that is the desire to make perfect decisions. And apparently streaming just kills that. Because in my mind, I'm like, oh, this is the stream file. I don't care.
I was about to say,
just throw it all away.
Dude, I was literally about to say, I can fix this for you because I know you well enough to tell you, just make a save and make it like slot 4 so that it doesn't show up on the first 3 and just name it Poopy Butts. And then that save doesn't matter anymore. It's not the real one.
Yeah.
And that's how you fix your problem.
Pretty much. Pretty much. And everyone's advice ends up boiling down to like, don't care so much about your first couple games. It's not important. You're just learning, right? But that doesn't work. But if I just go, oh, this is the file that I'm going to delete after the stream, who cares? Just no problem. It's so stupid. It's like your mind is a labyrinth and everybody else's is really simple to navigate, but yours has like gates, so you have to like bullshit your way around a bunch of left turns. Oh, it's crazy. So yeah, Endless Space 2 is cool. I'm going to be going back to Warhammer 2 this week because they are release. So what appears to be a concerted effort by the universe to get me to play Warhammer 2. Are you familiar with Warhammer 40k orcs? They talk in a Cockney accent. They're da boys. Mm-hmm. They shoot Dakas.
Daka. Mm-hmm, more Daka.
Yeah. So they are releasing a orc DLC expansion this week on the 25th with one of the more popular Warhammer orc characters called Paunch, who is a big fat goblin. And it's like, okay, I'll give it another shot, guys. I'll give it another shot. Now that you've made a literal fat goblin to play as and kill, I will give the goblins a shot again. Thanks, universe. All right, what else I play? The rest I play weren't real games. They were mods.
Wait, is Paunch redheaded?
No.
Oh, okay.
But he is a goblin.
Okay.
Let's see. Have you ever heard, aside from possibly seeing my Twitter of the past week or two, of the Daughters of Ash and Cinders mods for Dark Souls and Dark Souls 3?
I feel like those words have floated into my head at some point.
So, Scholar of the First Sin happened for Dark Souls 2, which did some remixing and changed some stuff around, maybe added some new items, etc., right? And after that dropped, some intrepid modders decided to, hey, I know how to mod Dark Souls 1, or I know how to modify Dark Souls 3. Why can't we do versions like that?
Yes, I think we talked about these as news stories, actually.
Yeah. So
massive overhaul.
They are very far along at this current time. They have been out for a while, and they have like fully featured feature sets. And so I decided to give them a shot.
But they're not done yet.
Oh boy. The mods like this never get done. Ever. I can't think of one total overhaul mod ever in which a guy said, okay, the mod's done.
I mean, so you
like,
okay, what there needs to be, right? It's like if the modder, those fucking geniuses from the jump were to just come out and say something like, hey, listen, I'm really smart and I know how to do this stuff and I'm teaching myself how to get better at this shit, and eventually I'm going to get a job offer and fucking throw all this away. So for now, I'm reverse engineering the game and modding it because it's teaching me about shit that is going to be valuable in the future. You're like, okay, it's a pet project. It's an idea that is really just a stepping stone to greater things in this person's future. Then totally.
All right. Fair enough, intrepid listeners. Long War 1 and 2 for XCOM are done. But most of the time, what happens with these total conversions is they just keep working on it until one day they stop working on it. And there isn't like a message going, it's over, right? Or often what you get is like, mod workout on this mod has finished. I will be passing off development to some guy you've never heard of, who will occasionally update the mod so that it works with new patches of the game.
Or it just becomes a product for sale.
Yeah. So, Daughters of Ash is, what is this dude's name? I just looked it up. Grimrook is like, I have gone through Dark Souls 100 million times. And with a game like Dark Souls, it becomes a joke once you know where everything is. So it is a total remix of everything in the game alongside some new features. So one of the things... So I'll just describe the first hour or two of me playing through Daughters of Ash, and that will pretty much explain exactly what this mod is. I loaded up my game, and I got a new burial gift that was the ring that makes the game harder. This let me join a covenant in the asylum that when I died, it teleported me to the abyss, and I had to delete the file.
Whoa, okay.
Then I started it again without that ring. And you go and fight the asylum demon. You know, he drops down and you're supposed to run to the left.
Yep.
So I ran to the door, and then the door wouldn't fucking open. And there was a message in front of it that says, get your shield. And it turns out they hid the shield in one of the barrels in the room. And you have to pick the shield up before the door opens. And then you run out, and you know you go into that little cubby hole to the left to pick up your weapon. That door is now a locked gate, and your weapon is underneath the archer firing at you.
Okay.
Then, once I got to Lordran, the fucking Taurus demon, instead of jumping down from the far end of the bridge, when you walk out, he jumps down from the tower behind you and lands on you.
Yes, yes, yes.
Then, when I got to the Hellkite Drake bridge, instead of turning, and you know the Hellkite Drake comes from behind you, the Hellkite Drake just dive bombs the fucking bridge constantly from the other side, and it's impossible to get past. So instead, you need to use a key, and then you use the key to go through Havel's spot, like in the tower, into the basin, because that's the new progression route.
Okay, now, is this all just fuckery based on your expectations of knowing the game? Or does
Almost exclusively.
Okay. I was going to say, does this have any design strength on its own merits?
Absolutely. One of the craziest things is that they moved the bonfires around. Now, they didn't move the bonfires around like to the point to make the game way harder, but like you'll go and be like, oh, there'll be a bonfire here, and there isn't. Instead, the bonfire will be moved over a little bit. It's basically built to fuck with you, but it's designed in such a way that it's still pretty good for the most part. I picked up the master key. You remember that door, the key that opens every door? Yep. And you get to use it once, and then it shatters. And it's like, oh, okay.
Pick wisely.
And then I got to the part of my stream where I stopped, where you get to the basin, and there's 3 places you can go. You look down into the Valley of the Drakes, and the guy has programmed the Valley of the Drakes to have drakes in it that fly constantly. And I went, no, I don't want to do that. So then I went to go up underneath into the blacksmith area, and you know there was the Titanite demon there? He is now a proper boss, and you have to kill him.
The optional one?
And when I got him to half health, he fucking spawned a stand at full health across the room that started shooting
I did see that
laser
clip.
beams at me.
I did see that clip.
Right?
Yeah.
Then I went to the forest and tried to sit down at a bonfire that wasn't there and got bopped by an invisible crystal golem.
Was it a fake bonfire?
There wasn't even a bonfire there. There used to be one.
Okay.
But when you walk up to where the bonfire used to be, an invisible golem bops you. Then I went to go fight Moonlit Butterfly, which is the same boss, except now there is a super boss version of a crystal golem on the tiny platform with you that you have to fight as well.
At the same time.
And then I went, okay, I know exactly what this mod is.
Yeah. Okay.
It is, and I looked up some more, and like the way to ring the bells is you to get to the depths, you have to go down into the Valley of the Drakes into Blighttown backwards, and then you have to go up Blighttown in reverse in order to beat the game. It's a master quest.
Okay.
Yeah, somebody in the chat just said it's just a total remix.
Yeah. But again, you said it stands.
It's also way too hard.
But it stands on its own. It's not just I'm running here out of familiarity and getting fucked by the trap that's here. But if someone never played this before and wandered through this, it would still be.
No. The difficulty is such that it is to be assumed that you have beaten Dark Souls 1 a bunch of times.
Right. Okay. Because you know what I mean. Like
there's
times where it's like if you know there's a bonfire here and then you go there and then that's the trap. If you don't know there's a bonfire there, that area is nothing to you.
Pretty much. It is.
You might not beeline towards it.
It is a aggressive attack remix based on your knowledge of Dark Souls 1.
Okay.
It is. I desperately want a new experience with Dark Souls 1.
Yeah.
Please, God. There's also something that a lot of people disagree with, including me, but I don't think it's all that important, where the guy rewrote tons of the item descriptions to include new fake lore that the guy himself made. Which I'm like, that's dumb. That's stupid.
You don't need to do that.
Including new characters.
Unless it's good.
I don't think it's good.
Okay.
There are new characters that were invented for this lore.
So then,
including like a waifu.
So you can't. So then you can't play this like with like invaders in multiplayer, can you?
So, hell no, you can't.
Yeah.
In fact, if anyone does want to check out Daughters of Ash, which is really cool, even if it's fucked up, for the love of God, put your fucking account into offline mode. Because it is a mod that alters the EXE, it alters fucking files, like it will ping off every cheat possible. And if you're using particularly Dark Souls Remastered, you'll get banned like that.
Yep.
And if you're using the version for Dark Souls Prepare to Die, I'm not sure, but fuck it, be careful. Because you're probably going to get banned on that too.
Does it change like weapon drop types, rates, and
all sorts of shit.
Yeah, okay, cool.
It's very comprehensive.
Okay.
So I thought that was cool. But I did that one in my stream first, not just because Dark Souls 1 comes first, but because Cinders, which is the Dark Souls 3 total overhaul, is way more interesting to me. Cinders is not, hey dude, you've gotten all the value you can get out of Dark Souls 3. Here's a remix. Cinders is a total overhaul, which is somebody who has put probably tens of thousands of hours into Dark Souls 3 and is complaining about the way certain stuff works and how it used to work better in other Souls games and how some stuff, there are like 80% of weapons in Dark Souls 3 that are garbage, right? So they went, why don't we just tune this up? And then once everything was real nice tuned up, why don't we just start adding some stuff? So I'm just going to try and remember every feature that I could possibly encounter in this and rattle them off. The first thing is the ability to level up at bonfires. The second thing is to be able to buy arrows and general health items at bonfires. The third thing is to pick up any covenant in the game, and the covenants now just drop all the covenant items, and you can just get all the covenant items right away just by buying them with those drops. There's a survival battle mode been added. There is almost every weapon and armor set from Bloodborne, Demon Souls, Dark Souls 1, and Dark Souls 2 added, as well as every armor set in the game being given passive effects like increased soul, faster regen, better FP. Spells have been changed to all be much more powerful, and also your FP regenerates naturally now so people can actually use their fancy little skills. Total enemy remix, new bosses, and the addition of shortcuts. So you remember Dark Souls 3 being pretty linear? We had to go 1, 1, 1, 1, 1.
Mm-hmm.
You can now teleport from the High Wall of Lothric to Dragon Peak if you want. You can teleport from the Undead Settlement right at the beginning of the game to Farron Keep. Also, the first bonfire lets you go to multiple places and start the game in multiple ways.
Okay, I'm listening to what you're listing off here, and I was just checking something because I don't remember exactly what it was, but I'm surprised. But I remember in DS3, wasn't there the weapon skill meter?
Yeah, that's FP.
FP. Okay. Yes. Okay. Sorry.
It's the blue bar.
Right. Right. And what was that? I remember the final state of that was ultimately this was a dumb addition. This didn't do much.
It's really restrictive and limiting, and people don't use it all that much because you have to use you have to trade an Estus for an Ashen Estus to regenerate it.
Yeah. Right. So
and it just wasn't all that useful.
So what? So yeah, I was listening to the features and I'm like, how is that not the first thing that got?
It is the first thing. Okay. FP regenerates at 5% of your total bar a second.
Okay. Okay. So you can do the abilities more often.
Do you want to toss spells? Do you want to use your cool stab abilities with your swords?
Gotcha. Okay.
Great.
Cool.
Perfect.
Cool. Good.
Rebalanced almost every weapon. Added durability back into the game, so if you use a weapon for like 2 hours, it could break. Added tons of new enemies. I fought Pursuer in the first area in the game from DS2. Just non-stop features over and over and over and over. It's so impressive, and it's so much more fun to play than the original Dark Souls 3.
Sick. Is this?
It is primarily like a gameplay overhaul. Like one of the things that always drove me nuts about DS3 is item drops. So you'd be like, I want to use the what was the really bad one? I want to use a flamberge, which is a two-handed sword with little ridges on it. And there's only one guy in the game that drops it, and it drops at like 1% chance rate, right? The Cinders mod makes it so that enemies that drop weapons drop them 100% of the time.
Oh, fuck. Okay.
So it's, hey, do you want to get this thing?
Right.
Get there and kill the guy, and now you have it.
Cool.
Done.
Yeah. There's a thing about random drops and grinds that are just kind of like, we can design around this, you know, like the repetition can be made more fun, and the difficulty does not have to decrease if you give the person the ability to go hunting for what they're looking for. So does it change enemy placements and bosses and things like that?
Absolutely.
Okay.
You don't even start in the same location. You start inside Firelink Shrine because the cemetery that you used to start in has now been changed into an endgame area.
Okay. So it's not just the system overhaul. Okay.
Yeah.
Gotcha.
It is also a replacement. There is a item you can get up because this game is primarily played offline, though you can play it online, and I'll talk about that at the end. So you're almost never going to get like most summons, right? So there is an item. It's called the Incense of Cooperation that will summon an AI Solaire into your game for 60 seconds.
Specifically.
And if Solaire dies, he'll go away until area reload. But if he doesn't, you can summon him again. And there are builds possible based on buffing teammates where you literally just use that summon to beat bosses.
Can you get other characters, or is it always Solaire?
It's just Solaire. Okay. But he acts like a stand, basically.
You know what, though? You know what? Like, and if hold on, if he dies, is he gone forever?
Until area reload.
That seems fair and fun. And
it is.
You only get 60 seconds of it.
Yeah.
But then you have to cast it again, and I assume it has probably a long startup time.
Yeah, it's like a half my bar of.
Oh yeah. Okay. There you go. That's cool. So.
The biggest problem that DS3 had, and DS2 had, and Bloodborne had, that Dark Souls 1 and Demon Souls didn't have, was, hey, dude, I want to do a new run, but I want to use this weapon. And in Demon Souls, you could just pick whatever level. In Dark Souls, you could go to 5 different places at the beginning of the game. But the other ones were like, hey, dude, I want to use, here's a good one. I want to use the Fume Ultra Great Sword.
Raimi.
In my playthrough.
Mm-hmm.
And it's like, okay, play for 42 hours until you get to the point where you can get the Fume Ultra Great Sword. And then you can, right? That sucks, dude.
What about
what
about the item that lets you respec in 2?
In DS3, you had to use like a bunch of pale tongues, which is the PvP item, and you could only get from PvP. And you also could only do it 5 times.
On your file,
you now
total?
only need, no, on like one new game cycle, right?
Okay.
Now you only need 1. It's infinite, and you can get the covenant that makes them just drop normally.
Correct.
So
correct me if
you just do it.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but in DS2, wasn't it just an item you took to the old lady and then
It was just an item.
Character?
There were like 8 in the game.
Yeah, and so you could just be like, I want to do this now.
Yep.
No, why would you fuck with things like that? Yeah, okay.
I don't know, dude.
That's
so now
weird.
You can do it whenever.
Okay.
The biggest problem was always like, hey, I want to play this type of weapon, but I can't. So Andre sells every normal weapon in the game now. Like every weapon that you could start with or buy from any shopkeeper is just at the Firelink Shrine immediately.
You just gotta have the cash for it.
Yeah, and they're cheap too.
Oh wow.
They're like you want to start the game with Greatsword, use 8,000 souls.
Okay, that seems like it's kind of taking away a little of the discovery.
Except they've added twice as many weapons into the game.
Oh, so there's still more to pick to discover.
There's way more weapons in the game total.
Okay.
That's why I say the base weapons. All the weird, unique ones are now sprinkled around where most of those base weapons
replaced.
used to be.
Mystery has been replaced. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
Yeah. Does it? Somebody asked in the chat, does it support the DLCs? Not only does it support the DLCs, but there is one. There is a boss fight that used to suck ass. That has now been dramatically improved. Do you remember in the ice thing, there was a dude you'd fight and then a big wolf would show up?
Oh, God, no.
Yeah, exactly. You don't even remember.
No.
That's been changed into a fight against Lordran remnants in which you have to fight some Dark Souls 1 bosses like Artorias have now been like just put into the game.
All right, between that and the Solaire item, though, it sounds like we're getting a little bit fan servicey.
Sure, why not?
I guess, yeah.
I mean, it gets weird and fan servicey when you start using like Bloodborne weapons.
Okay.
Yeah,
all right.
I should mention they don't work. The Bloodborne weapons don't work like Bloodborne weapons. They're just the models.
That's insane.
But still.
Okay.
But like, here's a good example, Wooly. I was playing and I played a spellcaster and it was really effective. And then I opened up a chest and got the blue blood sword from Demon Souls and integrated it into my fucking build.
Okay.
And I was like, oh, sick. I was so lucky. This is literally my favorite weapon from Demon Souls.
So it is fan service is the goal here too.
Yeah.
Right. Okay. I get it then. I get it.
There is a right next to you when you start the game, there's an altar that you can click on that asks you if you want to go to New Game Plus.
Mm-hmm. I don't think fan service is inherently bad in any way, by the way. I just to clarify, I understand that people who like played these games well before I did, for example, I understand the vibe of like Solaire was a fun discovery NPC that turned out to be this unexpected goofy hero that like hit really well because holy shit, I can't believe it. And then, you know, through no fault of the game, but only through fault of like, you know, fan base and memes, he kind of became a completely different thing. That, you know, is like kind of like now a poster boy that changes that experience in a way. So I understand like the displeasure with that happening with something that should be kind of a quaint but fun surprise about Dark Souls 1.
Oh, absolutely.
That's all.
That being said,
as opposed to a mascot.
There's also, God, I'm on the wiki right now. When you beat a boss, you get a memory of that boss, and then when you use that item, it respawns the boss, and you can fight it again. You can also eventually unlock the nightmare of that boss, which is a tougher version of that boss. On top of that, if you beat the nightmare version, you get a special upgrade material called Primordial Titanite, which you can use to buff items past their limit, and if you buff spell casting items past their limit, you get the option to use tier 2 spells called ascended spells, which is every spell in the game has had an additional effect given to it.
Jesus.
Every single spell.
What about shields?
Also, even including all the spells they took from Dark Souls 2 and Dark Souls 1, and the ones they found in the DS3 cut content files, which they made
reintegrated
work.
What about shields?
There are a lot of fucking shields.
No, what I'm saying,
game.
what if you super buff a shield?
There's now you can now upgrade. You can now infuse all your weapons from the beginning, and all of them have been rebalanced to not just change the scaling, but now they all provide extra buffs. So fire swords now decrease enemies' fire resistance. Fucking lightning swords decrease poise. Enchanted swords increase your goddamn FP regeneration even more. Shields all do a different set of effects. There's so many that you have to pick up like text documents behind Andre that explain what they actually do.
Oh my god, okay.
There's a thing you can put on one of your shields that increases your equip weight.
So I've been waiting for about half an hour now to ask a question. And
what's the question?
The question was going to be, you've got Scholars of the First Sin, which is the remix. You've got
by the devs.
You got Daughters of Ash, which is the Kaizo fuck you LOL. And then you've got this, which is the system overhaul, the system increase, and I was going to say, of these 3 types of remixes, which is your preference, but it's very clear. There's no question. This sounds ridiculously improved.
If you are familiar with other big mods, I would call this like the Project Nevada of Dark Souls mods, whereas like it's the total overhaul that people don't usually play the original version anymore.
Yeah, no, this like once you get into, we put content back in, we put new weapons in, and we have increased the level that you can buff things to. Like now we're getting into like a different experience entirely.
I made a mistake. Somebody in the chat points out that the nightmare versions of bosses have been removed. They've been replaced with an optional set of challenge curses you can place on yourself, as well as every boss has a built-in no-hit challenge, in which if you beat the boss without getting hit, you get fancy upgrade materials.
Whoa. Yeah. Wow. Okay. I like.
They also added poise back in.
Oh, it was gone in 3.
Yeah.
Okay. I forgot about that. If this is way better, this is a way better use of your modding time than haha, fuck you, bonfire moved. You know what I mean? Like, there's a certain point to which it's like, yeah, okay, that's cool, right? But lol, what you thought is safe is now a trap. It's like, yeah, okay, got it. You know, there's a point at...
Now, granted, Cinders does occasionally do that, but that's a natural, like, thing of they did move bonfires around. So like one of the earlier bonfires in High Wall of Lothric has been replaced by one of those Frost Knights.
Sure. But like what you have
it doesn't
here,
feel aggressive to fuck you. It just feels like it's been remixed to work better.
And there's new numbers to dig around with here. It sounds like that there's new like builds to work on. There's
a recent change to it made it so that they got rid of soft caps for damage skills. So they're like, do you want to put strength to 99, dude? You'll get it. You'll get that strength damage. So I've mainly been explaining how much more power and stuff that the player character has. The remixed enemy placements and the new boss health and damage, they demand your new player power. If you were to look at the game without any of the player improvements, it would appear way, way, way harder.
Okay.
But you do have those player improvements, so it seems to even out.
I would also assume that in making these comparisons that Dark Souls 1 is a beloved classic, 3 is something that people took issue with on a system level. So here there's more to do on the game's like system itself.
There's just way more things to do.
Yeah.
And actually fuck around with.
And whereas like DS1 might not have needed that so much if you're like a classic fan of what it was already doing.
Yeah.
They've
even added like fist fighting mechanics into the game.
Fuck yeah. I mean, wait. Like unarmed swings?
Yeah.
There's
a weapon you can get in Firelink that's just a fist. It's not even a gauntlet. It's just a fist. And it gives you a new kick.
Like Bone Fist? With the cool...
No, it's just... It is a picture of your character's hand.
Okay. And it's a thing. Okay.
Yeah.
And you can upgrade it.
Yeah. It makes no sense, but whatever.
Yeah, sure. No, I get it.
They also added, and this is where it gets really granular, they added 50 new rings that all do goofy shit. The goofiest one that I saw you can get in Firelink, and it's the sprint string, and it makes your character permanently sprint and never have their stamina go down.
That's fucking amazing.
And it is literally to run through areas to get the items you want before starting the game, because combat with that thing on is almost impossible because you can't actually move properly.
But bosses without arena edges must be way easier to deal with.
Yeah, but actually, because the way that sprinting in that game works is when you hit any direction, you just run in that direction.
Yeah.
So it feels really bad and it's really goofy. It's the get item thing.
But I mean, I'm imagining rolls that don't need to be made because you can sprint out of the way of that attack startup now.
Maybe. I'd still rather take it off. There's also a set of rings just for increasing your roll damage. So you can put your spiky armor on and have a build dedicated to rolling at dudes.
That's cool.
Like, it's
that ring sounds that ring sounds like a fucking actual game changer in terms of like boss challenges.
There are a lot of things.
Okay.
In the game. It is a good game. Oh, and last but not least, the red Tearstone ring is a ring that we've gotten in every single game that we've ever played in this thing. And it's always when your HP is low, it increases your attack, right? Mm-hmm. It literally always says, hey, man, when your HP is low, it increases your attack. And you're like, what does that mean? All of the item descriptions in the game have been changed to be when your health is at 10% or lower, it will increase your attack by 25%.
Beautiful.
It doesn't say increases defense significantly. It says increases your defense by 50. It doesn't say boost sorcery power. It says boost sorcery power by 12%.
Beautiful. Quick question.
That's like fucking thank you.
If a game if you're playing a game on day 0 and you are learning all of this for the first time, and the item descriptions are a mystery for this like moment of like discovery, do you still want those numbers, or would you rather?
Yeah, I do.
Yeah, okay. Me too.
It sucks.
Me too.
Because what you're getting out of the thing is numbers.
Yeah. And not only that, but like you have to test it and then go, oh, that's worth it, or nope, that's not worth it. The idea put forth by the description vaguely implies that this might be worth it, but then it's not worth it.
Yeah.
And we had a little bit of that in moments in Dokapon where like an item gives you a description of what it does, and you have to kind of really pay attention to like the exact wording of this because it's not giving you all of the information, but you have to make a calculated decision as to whether or not you want to trust that, and you ultimately have to just guess. Actually, to link it back in a second way too, I had an interesting moment where playing Dokapon, and thinking about like someone asked what would we change if we had to like re-release this game today or do something, and I remember one of my immediate things was like the game has it has some balance issues with classes, and it has an issue where the stats are simplified they're a simplified RPG, but as a result there's some weird things that use numbers that they shouldn't rely on for certain roles, right? Imagine a game that had like checks that it had to make without enough stats to pull from. And I kind of had this moment where I was like, motherfucker, this is why a Dark Souls character character sheet is so large and has so many different numbers to pull from, because each and every one of these checks has tons of places where you know what and why it's linked to that, and it makes sense to use this stat here. Sometimes it's still nonsense, certainly, but it's complex enough that it has a number associated with it, and it's not like in Dokapon where like speed is not at all what you think it is, and you know what I mean, you get a completely different result because there just wasn't enough robustness to this aspect of the game. So I get it, I definitely get it. Very interesting. I would love to see.
So
yep,
the last thing I want to say is people are asking, can you play it online?
And the
answer is kind of.
If someone else is playing, chew your food, by the way.
I'm chewing it.
Okay. Get the and not talk at the same time.
You can't stop me.
Okay, I cannot. Just I can hear the crunches though. It's not great.
Delicious. All right, so
I was wondering if you had a thing where everybody, if you get the mod, I get the mod. Can we still go into that big battle arena and have our big DS3 online tournaments?
Yes, but so here's the thing. Cinders obviously fucks with tons of files, right? If you play DS3 online with Cinders, you will be banned. However, the way that that Dark Souls 3's online works is that when you get banned, you get put into the banned portion of people's online, right? And then what you do is you go into the message thing, which is play with other people using this message, and you put in the text Cinders. And that's where Cinders' online lives, in the ban zone with the player message Cinders.
Wait.
So, yes, you can play online, but you have to play in the banned Cinders zone.
Okay, hold on a second. When you get banned normally, you can still go online?
Yeah, but it puts you in cheater jail.
So you are only playing with other cheaters?
Yes, and where the Cinders online lives
is in cheater
is they
jail.
have hashed out a part of cheater jail for Cinders.
But how does the user control that?
Oh, in the Dark Souls 3 options, you have an ability to set a passphrase. Bloodborne had it too, where you set a passphrase and then you only link up with people using that passphrase.
Oh, so you create a custom shard.
Yeah, you create a custom shard called Cinders, which everybody using the mod is using.
Got it. Cool. Okay.
And so it is a community built out of cheater jail.
That's funny. Okay. But
so my suggestion to you is that if you were to play Cinders online, you'd use the family share thing to play Dark Souls 3 on a different account that you don't care if it gets banned.
But other people with really awful cheats, bad shit,
totally can live there too.
Can jump in.
Oh yeah.
And fuck your shit up.
Oh, totally.
I mean, at the worst, I heard there was like file corruptors and like
all sorts of shit.
System risk.
Oh, Aquira says that family share has been disabled, so that is no longer an option. So if you want to play Cinders online, be aware that you can't come back.
What's the worst of the things that like cheat accounts can do to you?
But they can break your save file.
Okay, there's no like system compromises, is there?
No, but they can break your file.
They can break your file.
And you'll have to so that you'll have to load back in. So Cinders knows this, and by default, after you install the mod, it breaks online support for the game. and doesn't allow you to go online to protect you. You have to go into the ini file and change like network from 0 to 1 to turn online on.
Interesting. So it stops you from getting banned.
Yes.
Okay.
The mod creator was kind and made offline the default.
Smart. You have to go do it if you want it. Okay.
Yeah, it's great.
Okay.
It's so impressive. I'm so impressed.
So that means
it has made that game so much more exciting to play.
So you haven't fucked up your account though.
Hell no.
Because as long
I'm playing it offline.
Yeah. Okay, for a second I was confused by what was going on there, but okay,
yeah, I'm not gonna play this thing online. I don't give a shit.
Gotcha. Okay.
But yeah, it's good. It's a good game. It's a much better game than DS3. I have been asked a weird question by people, and the question is they've seen me talking about it, and they're like, "Hey, I haven't played Dark Souls 3 yet. Should I just install Cinders?" And the answer is no, of course not. Beat the game first yourself so that you can appreciate the mod. Like, done. Oh, somebody in the chat asked me to explain this. They also went and did the New Game Plus thing that remixes placements and adds stuff.
Well, if difficulty is not the same progression as it was on the first run, then like yeah, you're not replacing your default experience here. This is a New Game Plus experience.
Mm-hmm.
But they could have made it that way, but it doesn't sound like they did.
It's good. It's good. It's a good game. And there's only one big problem that I have with it, which is I'm going to get used to playing this version, and then they're going to put out the next one, and all of these lessons will obviously not be learned because they were never learned. And we're going to go all the way back to whatever fucked up ways that, you know, the FromSoft guys want you to level up.
I wish other franchises were the subject of this much scrutiny and love.
Yeah, I know, right?
It'd be really nice to see these types of overhauls for other games too, you know. But
like
Souls
it's
is
amazing
Souls
what
is
a
beast,
big
man.
It's amazing what a big change just leveling up at bonfires makes to going through levels. Like just it's not start and stop anymore, and for if you had a slow PC, you're not dealing with load times anymore, and it's, oh man.
Cool.
When's the Street Fighter V overhaul, people ask?
It could be done. I mean, there's mysterious mods and crazy shit like that all the time. And to be honest, like people take cracks at it in terms of just like small balance patches amongst, you know, like themselves to be like, oh yeah, I want to see what this would feel like or what that would feel like. Like there's little things like that happen.
Here's something that I missed. Somebody pointed out that Cinders also has a developed randomizer that works with just it that you can also get from the download page.
Oh, that's fun.
If you want more.
If you want a randomizer. Yeah, that's fun.
Yeah.
Especially when they took out the randomness otherwise.
Yeah.
So. Cool.
Well, yeah, I'm straight up like replacing some of my streams with that because it's a blast.
Yeah. Yeah, no, I was gonna say what was I in the middle of saying? Yes, Street Fighter has had these things happen from time to time, but you know, it's not the first place my brain goes, but yeah, I think it's like if you get that one super talented humongous fan that's like willing to just be like, yeah, fuck it, I like this game enough to like fix its problems on my own, you know, as opposed to the 48-hour netcode change or shit like that, where it's like, oh, that's the complete opposite. Look, yikes. Anyway, where people can find that?
They can find that over at twitch.tv/PatStaresAt, or check me out on Twitter at past stairs at. That's where it's at.
Dope. News?
Yeah, let's do it. It's all good news this week, thank goodness.
Why would you lie to the people?
All good news, right?
Why would you lie to the people?
I lied. It's bad news.
If you bought a copy of Doom Eternal for the PC, beware that it will update itself to include what was not included upon launch, the
Hell no, it wasn't.
de novo anti-cheat system, which certain computers detect as malware. Straight up on the level of what we were discovering with Valorant not but a week or two ago.
It also broke the Linux version of the game.
Well,
It just straight up broke it.
that's always been the case with Denuvo, hasn't it?
Well, this had Denuvo anti-tamper, and that worked.
So
this is the confusion is that Denuvo anti-tamper is the thing to keep you from stealing the game. Denuvo anti-cheat is a much more invasive program that keeps you from cheating online.
that runs again at the kernel level, as we discovered with
At the kernel level,
yes.
at zero ring.
Exactly. So, from what I can recall, again, ever since way back when, this was like, again, I had no strings attached to Bethesda, but I remember you guys would bring this stuff up, going back to like, Arkham Knight and shit like that, where every time it's like this fucking game has Denuvo, PC version is borked.
Yeah.
And
now that's improved in the recent times, because the one that used to be really fucked, it was Securom. Denuvo as an anti-tamper, it tends to use CPU juice, which sucks. So like, my preview copy of Devil May Cry 5 ran better than my official Steam version of Devil May Cry 5 because one had Denuvo on it and the other didn't. Usually what they do, however, is they take Denuvo off after a certain point. Like DMC5 totally had Denuvo's anti-temper removed after like 6 months to a year or whatever. The Denuvo anti-cheat is really extra juicy, like invasive, and makes the game run significantly worse at random times.
And it's for a multiplayer mode that's an afterthought anyway. That's what's so weird for Doom Eternal's case. It's like this multiplayer is not even a draw. It's not a major factor at all. It's an asymmetrical, strange mode that is not that big of a deal.
It also prevents cheating in the single player as well.
The game has you find cheats in the game. You know, you find the fucking floppy disks. Or the, you know, like what?
So here's where it gets really
massive stuttering, screen tearing, screen issues with the screen locks at 60 hertz. Yeah.
So here's where it gets more complicated. So Valorant's anti-cheat is called, what's it called? Vanguard? It's called Vanguard. Now, Vanguard is the be-all ultimate piece of shit in that it boots as part of your startup on Windows. And like that, oh, come on, man. That's ridiculous, right? Denuvo is supposed to turn off when the game is exited, but it doesn't.
Of course not.
It appears to be badly implemented. So it's supposed to turn off, but it doesn't. Where this becomes slightly more complex, when I was complaining about this on Twitter, was that people pointed out that almost all anti-cheats that have some level of efficacy actually do have some kind of kernel level stuff. So EA's anti-cheat, Easy anti-cheat and Battle Eye, which are the stuff that EA uses and Fortnite uses and PlanetSide and Rainbow Six and PUBG and DayZ and For Honor and a bunch of games that I know you and I have played on PC, including like Dead by Daylight, they all also use kernel level anti-cheats.
And they run...
And we just didn't really notice.
And they run when the game is not running?
They run when the game is on, and they don't have performance impacts. So we have like multiple levels of this, which is, when does the thing start up? Does it turn off when the game turns off? And does it impact performance?
Also,
now, if you have a problem with like... Yeah, sorry.
I'll put a fourth little asterisk there and say, can the company be trusted with their particular history and whatever they're doing?
Pretty much. So, like, the phrase, can the company be trusted? The answer is no. Whatever company you're talking about. You can't be. But the question then becomes, like, which do you trust even less? And the answer is Denuvo and Bethesda and Riot. I trust much less than the less trust that I feel for other, you know?
Yes, and there's something here that, like, it shouldn't factor in as much, but it kind of does, where it's like, there's a part of this where if I'm playing online and people are being cheaters and they're using every possible thing they can, you know, like we're seeing posts from forums where people are complaining about their cheats not working and they get banned, and you just get to feel great about how hard these people are. Like, I've made 20 accounts, they all got soft banned after the first session, what the fuck, my money was wasted. I even gave the dude remote desktop to make sure everything was installed correctly. But and
then you're like, wow, you're the dumbest bitch in the world.
Of course. Well, you're just sad and pathetic, really. But this is a level where you're like, people are that fucking desperate to cheat, so they're going through every possible iteration they can of like different workarounds. And if you're playing a multiplayer game, you might somewhere be like, okay, like, this is fucking trash, but I want to play and not deal with these assholes. And I get it. It's a draconian ass system, but you know what it's not a compromise that you want to make, but whatever, right? But if it's a single player game, or primarily 90% of the time, 95% of the time, it's a single player game, why should you be forced to make this already uncomfortable compromise? You know what? If that makes any sense, it's like,
we shouldn't be having to have this discussion about Doom.
It sucks if you're playing a multiplayer game where people are cheating and you kind of go, fuck this shit, but maybe fine, I'll do this. But if you're playing a goddamn single player game, that, you know what I mean? It's so unnecessary. Why would you have to include this fucking problem there too?
And on top of that, very importantly, the game didn't launch with this.
Yeah, it's retroactive.
And they didn't tell us it was coming.
No. So
I bought the season pass, which I don't think I'm going to play now. Maybe. I don't know. Maybe I will. I'm not going to say for certain. But I feel uncomfortable about playing that I tried to get refunded and I can't.
How long did you play?
Because I've already played the game for 26 hours.
Well, that's a lot of time.
Right?
What about...
Yeah, well, I didn't spend a single minute in the season pass content that doesn't exist yet.
Yeah.
So they should at least refunded me that.
Yeah. I mean, I'm playing it on console. It's inferior control scheme, but you know, that's kind of what happened. Based on my shit, I think. I think at the very least, if enough noise is made about people being super uncomfortable with a post-dated update that fucking puts something that your antivirus might check off as malware, you know, or spyware or bullshit, like, people should have the option to be like, hey, I don't want to fucking participate in this. It's not, and I would not, and more importantly, I would not have bought this product if I knew this was coming, you know?
So there is a possible solution coming. Somebody got through to Denuvo's like customer service, and got a response that said that Bethesda or id, I'm not sure which in this case, is supposedly, air quotes, working on a like offline mode update thing that when you go, yes, I would like to play Doom Eternal offline, it will not turn on the anti-cheat shit.
Yeah, you mean that mode that you can't get to before the sign-up screen?
Yeah.
We're working on finding a way to make that sign-up screen cancelable. We're seeing right now, we have discussions are ongoing. It's a day-to-day conversation to see how we can get rid of that sign-up screen. We'll let you know. Man, there's a page on GitHub that's pretty old that was uploaded that was just like why de novo is bad, and it's just a bullet point list of like everything it does. If you have a problem with your payment method on a later game purchase, your account will be disabled, blocking all your de novo games from working. It stops games from supporting Linux or OS X. Because de novo means third parties can't be supported. They require reactivation if you haven't played them in a while, or if you change any of your computer hardware. You have to re-authenticate with de novo servers every time you receive an update. They don't always, but they do sometimes require online, and you do have to do these checks depending on how often you play the game. Makes it difficult or impossible to play games without some form of internet connection in some cases. If your internet drops without preparing for offline beforehand, you cannot play. If at some point in the future any part of the DRM service chain is shut down due to internet outage or a company going bankrupt, some games will be completely inaccessible.
For a time. I think the funniest thing is that people are pointing out that de novo was cracked on Doom like day one, like March 20th. So this is all pointless. And the funniest thing about that is that de novo for Doom Eternal was not cracked. The original 1.0 release just had a completely unencrypted exe file that you could download and just copy. And then when they updated it to have the security protection, you could just override it and it would work. So like Bethesda themselves provided the cracked exe essentially. And now they're I wonder if the fact that somebody there fucked up and provided the cracked thing is why they're going so hard on it now.
Was that
because they themselves
is that what elicited the change?
I don't know, but it could be. Who knows?
In many cases, after an online game server shuts down, modders can get an online portion working again by modifying the executable. But with de novo, once it's over, it's done. If a game comes out that's Oculus Rift only and has strong anti-tamper protections, you'll have no way to ever get it working on other VR platforms, vendor lock-in. Yeah, it just keeps going.
That's why it's so important that, like, for Capcom, they do use de novo on their games. They then pull de novo off their games after a couple months. The idea is that, well, we got the first quarter sales, and when they actually follow through on that, I find that to be much less offensive and actually understandable. Like I think RE2 Make and DMC5 had their de novo removed a while ago.
So the thought process is launch window anti
is where all the
piracy.
Money is made. Yeah,
and then
once we're in the long tail, just go ahead and pull that thing off, so that if something happens, that the game doesn't break.
That's anti-tamper, though.
Yeah, anti-tamper, people seem to be cool with it to a degree if it gets pulled off. Anti-cheat, not only is it like, here's the thing, it works similarly to others, except it's really bad also. It's a bad version. We can't even have a good conversation about it, because even amongst the things that we might all be like, this sucks, this one sucks the mostest. By far.
Also, lest we forget the fucking rootkit.
Oh yeah.
So on Street Fighter. Yeah, man. It sucks the mostest on a genre, on a game that does not need it, deserve it, or fucking require it in any way. And I bet you, if you were to ask folks, would you want this on, or would you want to pull this multiplayer mode off? How many people would be like, just get rid of the fucking multiplayer.
Just get rid of the whole multiplayer.
And we're good, you know? Who cares about this fucking online bullshit anyway? Like, it's it's Doom. Shut up. It's Doom. You know, like it.
I bet the multiplayer was pushed so that they could add this.
I'm reminded of Metroid Prime 2 multiplayer and BioShock multiplayer and all
Dead Space
and all these multiplayer modes that just like get forced but don't need to exist because it's the thing to have, even though this game needs none of it. But it's what we do because it's what you gotta have because that's what the kids want. What are we doing, you know?
Making money.
An asymmetrical demon control mode is a fun idea on paper in a rich multiplayer suite if the game was designed for it and had a bunch of normal modes and then some asymmetrical modes for fun. Kind of like you're playing Halo 3 and then sure, why not modify the rule set to play Hunt the Titan or whatever it was called.
Yeah, zombie mode.
You know, everyone's a normal weak dude and one guy's a super titan. And it's like, you know, 7v1 or whatever the case was. Fine, by all means. But in this case where it's just that, you know, and I remember one of the designers in an interview talking about it, going like, yeah, we didn't want to focus on, you know, making it some sort of like Call of Duty thing or any sort of major competitive thing. We kind of just wanted to have this sort of fun idea where you can, you know, mess with your friends and all that. And it's like, okay, but why, like, if this is what your publisher is going to do to your game as a result, why even go down this road? Why, when you know, you know that your publisher is going to bloat your shit up with garbage, you're probably going to have arguments with them about this type of thing. Why even enter that fucking room to begin with? Why not just seal it off and be safe?
Because they own you.
I mean,
because they own you, Wooly.
Do they? Is Aiden that
Yes, Bethesda bought them.
bad of a situation? Okay. Well,
They just bought them straight up. So people are managing to get Doom refunded.
yeah, if they didn't play enough, I suppose.
No, they're saying a guy just said managed to get Doom refunded, had to throw around words like consumer protection and laws. I have a question about this purchase support page after being denied. I'm gonna give that a shot.
Okay. Can I just say that from Wooly perspective, this has been the quickest, wildest ride where hot off the Doom 2016, 4 years later, yo, this game is sick. 1 month before Eternal pops out. Yo, Eternal's about to drop. Oh man, can't wait. Totally ended.
Eternal's the sickest.
Yeah, and like I literally finished Doom 2016 just in time for the excitement for the new one. And then the new one's going and things are rad and everyone's like, yeah, and then it drops and everyone's like, this is amazing. It came out, it happened, people beat it and went, fuck yeah. And then now it's like after it has that initial thing, it's not even like launch to disappointment, launch to success to then, oh man, music bullshit controversy, no more Mick Gordon, soundtrack bullshit, boo, that's bad. And then now PC version nuked. And you're like, what the fuck just what happened?
Bethesda.
It was literally all good just a week ago.
Bethesda.
It's been a wild ride.
Bethesda.
It's been a wild ride.
I love Bethesda.
4 weeks of ups and downs. Well, anyway. So there you go. There's other stuff though.
Is there?
There's some good stuff.
Is there?
What else you sounds like you want to blow up some stuff. I got a bunch of cool announcements, but what?
The coolest announcement of all, Wooly.
Of course.
Evo 2020.
Oh my god.
That happened right after last week's podcast, so I don't blame you.
No, it's because I've talked about it. I've talked about it in my pre-stream stuff a bunch of times, so it feels like I've already talked about it. But
we haven't though.
No, that's true. I've talked about it other places. I haven't talked about it here. So, Evo 2020 has been announced. The online event they discussed, that would be unofficial, but hey, just funsies. And it is 5 weeks, I believe they said, of only the finest in rollback netcode offerings of their games. So all the games that are previously listed as the big hitters, the biggest and the most iconic representative fighters are all fucking dunked into the trash as so many Gokus. And so we have a lineup that consists of Mortal Kombat 11, Skullgirls,
Shocker,
Them's Fighting Herds, and Killer Instinct.
Actual legitimate shocker.
AKA the games that have been ignored with the best online for the longest while now. And
the games that we talked about last week as literally should be replacing Evo.
Well, we called out a couple of scenarios. One of them was the trash fire that allows the Phoenix to rise. And the other was the could you imagine if they just went with everything that was good and dunked everything else.
I thought we were going straight towards that trash fire. I thought for sure we were going to get that trash fire.
Yeah, for sure. And I mean, there are definitely, I did see some like bad think, quote unquote, to use the terminology of like people that were like, I'm going to go in and ruin the bracket on purpose. And it's like, that's not what I'm looking for. I'm looking for a genuine attempt at a tournament that shows how poor this netcode is so that everyone can see how bad it is. But quite frankly, the Cannons had something else in store. They literally just went, you know what? Nah, we're not even entertaining that. We're doing only the games that have good netcode and only the games that use GGPO or rollback, which, hey, they invented. And, the joke goes it only took a global pandemic for Skullgirls to get into Evo, but it is the truth. Like, they were the people at the start of this 12 years ago, 13 years ago, you know? So you've heard us talk about this on the podcast. It's been a worn out subject. We don't need to go on too long about it, but Evo has done the unthinkable, which we did kind of call out as one of alternate future scenarios. And online, Evo has been saved, and the games that deserve it have gotten the spotlight. So congratulations to Main 6 and Lab Zero and NetherRealm and I guess Microsoft and Iron Galaxy and Double Helix. Because fuck yeah, they did it. They're in there.
I'm so happy for everyone involved. And I'm also double happy that Smash has now been removed from Evo. Because it's not even in the expeditions. Sorry, exhibitions, not expeditions. That doesn't make any sense.
Of all the games, of all the fighting games to have online issues, the one on the Switch with Wi-Fi only capability, like, what are you gonna even look like? Don't fucking joke. Don't fucking joke around. We're done here.
So now, instead of getting to see the trash fire, we're going to have the devs who would have been embarrassed instead get to see what
good online looks like.
Games actually look like. Mm-hmm. And there'll be Evo things where it's like, okay, this is a guy from Yeah, unless they
ignore it. But no one can
I don't
say
know. COVID's going to keep us in for a long time. I think that we'll see companies continue to ignore it, and if that's the case, they will literally always ignore it.
Yes.
Forever.
Yes. But
some won't. I hope.
But we are on the correct timeline, and Evo has done the thing. They stepped in and they straight up went, "Fuck all of that. We're not even gonna let it happen. Fuck all of the you know, the sponsorships and the thises and the that's and just all of it. We're putting on the games that will work." And it just so happens that those games are also underdogs that deserve attention.
Yep.
Because here's the other thing, right? Here's the other thing. I mean, MK11 is current and that's all fine. But when it comes to Skullgirls, Them's Fighting Herds, and Killer Instinct, and I'll throw in Power Rangers there as well, right? The fact that these games are the ones with working online is not a coincidence, right?
No.
It's a symptom of designing a game that cares about the little things. So as a result, the other part of this is, in a world where other games, let's say rollback existed as a standard in every other fighting game right now, these 3-4 games would still be criminally ignored because even besides their online, they're really good. They're really worth your time. Yep. They're super duper tight, and they have fantastic quality of life and balance. So, you know, it's just an amazing side effect of like caring about your design leads to also having a really good game that's balanced and fun and enjoyable, so that when the time comes to show off the online, we don't just have to put anything with rollback that works. We can pick these games that are also fantastic fighting games that get slept on. You know? The good online is just a symptom of designing everything else good. If you care, you're going to do what's right for your game, and it'll have rollback and a lot of other things that KI, Them's Fighting Herds, and fucking Skullgirls have for days. So it's a beautiful thing. I'm really happy about that, man. In the meantime,
KI and Skullgirls get their third or fourth shot at life with it. Like, what?
Correct timeline, dude.
Well,
and Mike Z, Keats, they get their revenge. And we can even say fuck, I had another point, but it's gone. Anyway, they're getting a lot of attention now. That's really awesome. People are digging in. Perfect timing for all kinds of things coming out now. I know Esteban is working on that KI documentary. Now is the perfect time to drop it, so that's awesome.
Yeah, what a great time
for fucking hold back.
They probably have to extend that so that it has this shit in it.
I mean, I know that you know, he said on the Patreon that he's working harder than ever and he's recutting some stuff. So like, yeah, that KI thing is coming along, and like this is absolutely a fantastic little. It's you know what it is, dude? It's your Netflix documentary series that started as one thing, and then in the middle of it, some other shit started going down, and you're like, oh shit! Now we got a Tiger King on our hands. Now we got a Making a Murderer. Now we got some good shit. We were filming for one reason, and now the other thing happened. So hell yeah to that. That's great. We're seeing other little things too. I mean, the other day there was like you know, I think Keats tweeted out like a tier list that was just like, here's what a tier list should look like. And it's not just the tier list maker where you grab a bunch of heads and slide them around and put them over or underneath each other. But it's, here is a list of the grid of every character versus every character. Here's what you feel that matchup should be or feels like. And then you total out some points on it. You know, it's a much more matched, it's a much more specific approach as to, in general, this guy's over that guy, you know?
So, Wooly, I don't know if you put it together, or you probably like laughed about it, but you didn't fully integrate it. You think how much earlier do game developers get the knowledge that they're gonna get into Evo than we do?
How much earlier do?
Yeah, like say KI gets they call the people up at KI and say, hey, KI is gonna be part of Evo. Is that cool? Like, was that a week or two?
Probably months, dude. Like, I mean,
okay. Well, it couldn't be months this time, obviously, right? Because the change, like, I mean, right? So,
what I don't know. I don't understand.
Don't you think it's crazy that like a week or two before Skullgirl's official announcement into the Evo tournament, that a Wi-Fi shame icon was added to the game?
Oh, sure, yeah. As well as an increased netcode vibe in general from a little.
Isn't that just crazy?
Okay, the Wi-Fi shame icon was just the latest in a bunch of online improvements that Skullgirls was getting. But
yeah,
to answer your question, realistically, based on having like TO'd and been included in some of these like quote unquote backroom conversations for the FGC. No, a lot of this stuff is sorted out months in advance, and then in a situation like this, obviously once COVID stuck around, hit, they had to replan during the quarantine time. But these things are not last second as far as developers finding out.
Yeah, I think that Wi-Fi shame icon was added so that Evo would be super lit.
Yeah, for sure.
Because that's gonna be the biggest pop off, because you're gonna see the footage come up and it's like, oh, that dude's on Wi-Fi.
Yeah. No. Listen, there's
get him.
Evo's not running shit. This is a fucking this is $1 million business, like a tournament. Like, this is not a, that shit is being sorted out well in advance and being discussed. However, updates to Skullgirls are totally deliberate given the circumstances. Like, these two things can totally be parallel. They're not mutually exclusive. Mike Z is updating the Skullgirls netcode as we speak and doing all of this because it's in the spotlight, and it will be wonderful to see all that.
People in the chat are saying that people figured out a way around that icon, and it was updated again.
Yes, so
to disable that workaround.
Okay, so some guy posted and said, "Haha, I figured out. If I go wired into my console or into my system from a wireless hub." Because I have these in my house, right? I've got Orbeez set up around the apartment, and they each have Ethernet plugs in the back. And you can take a plug and go into your PS4, and the PS4 will be like, "Hey, I'm wired," So he went, "Yep, okay, we can do that. We can add a detail which ultimately says, you know what? It's not even about that icon. It's about your jitter ping. So now we got your jitter ping showing up. So no matter what kind of connection you are, especially because people are...
Oh, so it's not even Wi-Fi. It could just be bad.
Exactly, right? So because the whole thing in the video that he put out first... Oh, God, we're getting into it again. Shit.
Yeah.
I'm legitimately sorry, guys. I don't want to do this all the time. I really don't.
But, Wooly, see, this is different. This isn't even about fighting games. This is about shaming Wi-Fi players, which we should.
I know. I know a dead horse when I see one. Anyway... The short of it is this. It's not about, if you really want to get down to it, the shaming of the Wi-Fi really breaks down to your jitter ping is bad. What is your jitter ping?
Yeah.
It is your consistency. You have good speed, and here it goes terrible. That fucks up a match. And then it goes back to being amazing. Yep. Therefore, now we can see your consistency being bad, no matter what your kind of connection you're on. So even if it says wired, if your jitter is huge, we'll know that you're probably on a false wired connection and still say, I don't want to play with you. Your jitter sucks. Maybe. That's it. So that he further refined your decision-making capabilities. And upon being asked about, like, well, why not, put a filter for people that have jitters that are too high, or people that have, certain types of connections or anything like that. And he said, I think that's actually going too far. I think it should be the player's choice what to do with the information.
I
agree
totally
with that.
agree.
I agree with that.
I think it's important. I think this is going to sound really crazy, shocker. I think it's more important that you can point at someone and be like, it's their fault, than it is to avoid them. Because blaming people feels better than just having a good experience.
Well, most developers are trying to turn down the toxicity of their cities.
I think we should turn the toxicity up.
Cities.
I think being able to have a trashy match and then go fucking Wi-Fi and then pat yourself on the back for not being a Wi-Fi red bar is a better, more satisfying feeling than just having a good positive match.
Would you say that it makes you feel like you own the world?
It does a little bit.
How do you own the world?
By being better than the world.
I think if we lead to an increasingly toxic online environment, one might call that disorder.
Yeah.
Disorder. Listen, dude. I think it's good to show people and let them choose. I think you can let them choose, and showing the jitter is absolutely like the way Mike Z like words it is. He's just like, yep. So I just included a thing that shows your jitter as well as your connection type. Get wrecked, you know.
just letting people know.
And this is what it is. It is basically just the. You can, if you have a wired connection, which for some reason has garbage jitter ping, that too is an informed decision you can make, you know? So anyway, Evo, good job on Evo. And
I'd like to announce that I will be competing in Evo this year.
Of course you will. Of course you will.
Because why not?
Why not?
Why not?
Why not? Yeah.
You should all compete in Evo. Why the fuck not? Yeah. There's no like buy-in.
So dust up on your KI, learn your breakers, learn your shadow counters, dust up on your skullgirls, you know, learn your confirms and your proper assist snapbacks.
Or just don't. I'm not gonna practice. I'm just gonna go in. Fuck it.
Some people.
Fuck it.
Yeah. But you want to know what you're getting hit by sometimes. Have fun.
Oh no, I just literally want to be able to put Evo 2020 competitor next to my name.
There you go. You didn't even have to go to Evo. Evo came to you.
Yeah, I competed Evo.
For once.
Yeah, I played some. Yeah, I played some.
It
matches.
Actually happened. Look at that.
Yeah.
Look at that.
Yeah, I fought Mike Z at Evo once. It was pretty crazy.
At Evo.
Well, actually, no. Mike Z would be disqualified.
Yeah, he probably
at Evo. Yeah, Evo's in your house now.
Well, he'd be entering Accent Core, actually.
Yeah.
Well, I love that. I love that your choices are to, you know, go and learn one of these fighters that deserves your attention that you might have been sleeping on for a while. Everyone in the Fuck Skullgirls crew properly butthurt.
Oh yeah.
And in the meantime, the state of MK11 is Sonic Fox says you're all ass. You're
no.
You're all ass. Step it up. Get better. I'm talking to you. So it's what it
is. That literally like the king saying no one will ever touch this?
Telling you telling you directly. It was a fun string of tweets where, you know, he's just like, you guys are complaining about shit, but the truth is you're ass. And if you know, it's one thing for some random person to say that, but it's another thing for me to say that. Yeah, that's right, me. You know,
that's
he's
incredible.
like, I will become the villain if I have to for this game competition to get better. But y'all need to fucking wake up. And I'm like, damn.
I love it.
Dominic's going in.
Sonic Fox is like the best fighting game character, as they jump between villain and hero like day to day.
Gotta have fun with it. You know, without you gotta have fun with it being the villain without accidentally fucking leaking your early footage of the game in your house that can be easily identified by your window curtains.
Oops.
You know. Well, anyway, that's what's happening. But some other fun stuff. Did you see the Ghost of Tsushima giant 18-minute trailer?
Looks good.
Looks very good. Looks pretty.
There's a lot of good stuff in there.
A lot of ideas that I think are nice in terms of like design elements working into the Kurosawa aesthetic. I think
the best thing is that wind shit.
I was literally about to say that's fucking brilliant. Like, you want to talk about the moment we played Shadow of the Colossus and you find out that hold your sword up and the light will show you your path. All right.
Yep.
Listen to the wind. Which way is it blowing? That's where your plot is. So you want to go explore? Go away from the wind.
I think
go anywhere else.
I think the best part of Saints Row games and Shadow of the Colossus and this is having a great big open world like GTA or Red Dead and spending like a 40% of your time staring at your fucking minimap is the actual worst thing in the world.
Yeah, that's not good.
It's terrible.
That sucks. Or the second step of that, which you do a lot of this in Doom 2, is like pulling up the minimap, zooming in, and looking at the layer that it's on versus where you're standing and reorienting yourself to try and dig it up.
Yeah.
But yes, the wind is...
Make it in-world things. I'm sick of minimaps.
An awesome way of indicating where to go next. Or not to go next.
People are talking about Kurosawa mode in the black and white filter.
Mm-hmm.
I think that thing looks terrible. And I'm not saying that because it's in black and white. I think that it looks really muted and faded, and the contrast isn't high enough. And
that's
it doesn't look like a black and white movie.
No, that's yeah. So to not get too fucking I don't know, like fart smelly about it. When you do things in black and white, whenever you go monochromatic, you can tell when someone takes a scene or a video or anything and just turns the color off versus
turns the saturation off,
desaturates it completely, versus when it was planned to be that way. And the ultimate thing is because of the contrast. You will see larger definition. You'll see very clear shapes, very clear like lines and contrast will come through. The lighting has to be much more drastic. Otherwise, you get blurs of gray that fade together. And
so if you want to hear what I'm talking about, type in black and white Tsushima, right, into Google, and you'll see some cool images of a black and white filter. And then you type in black and white Kurosawa into into Google, and you'll notice a difference. The filter Tsushima is looking at is desaturated, and it is defined by the color gray.
Yeah.
Kurosawa films are defined by the colors black and white.
Exactly.
Like it's super, super, super intense.
Gray is your like mid filler, and it is a very muted aspect compared to the black and the white. And it's the difference between when it comes to movies, it's the difference between again, like the final scene of Sin City versus the rest of the movie, where you can tell it was just shot and then decolored, and desaturated, versus movies that are like shots that are set up and even digitally altered in some cases to fucking have increased contrast. But there's a huge difference. When you just when you make something grayscale and it wasn't meant to be, it looks worse. It just looks worse.
Now, the reason why I'm being so harsh on this is because they're literally in the trailer going like, we fucking love black and white samurai movies like Kurosawa. We wanted to make the game look like that. And it's like, it doesn't look like that.
Mm-hmm.
It is cool,
mm-hmm.
but it is a significantly different aesthetic.
Mm-hmm. Film noir is not film gris.
Yeah.
C'est noir. I think, yeah, so that's true. The samurai cinema mode is a little bit, it's clearly not made for that. However, the game is still looking incredible. A lot of really cool features. Like we said, the wind blows in the direction of your next objective. But there's also little things where, like, while you're riding, if a horse, if a bird flies near and starts going in a direction, you can follow that bird to a side quest.
Somebody played a lot of Shadow of the Colossus.
You know, like the birds that literally fly by in the background. If you follow their point of interest, they might lead you to something. Or an animal, you see a fox, you see something. If you just go investigate, these things might lead you places. Now, we've been on this. This is not our first rodeo. We've seen pre-release gameplay breakdowns before. This is probably the extent of it, right? It's like if the implication is the game will be full of things like this, it's probably like, no, it's probably the wind, the bird, and the fox. That's probably the literal extent of those features. But those are still pretty cool. Those are cool things. I like in-game usage of or rather, what am I looking for? Like, I like when you use elements of the world itself to give you gameplay indicators.
Yeah. Well, those Infamous games are great. I want to play this Samurai Infinite.
Yes, absolutely. Diegetic.
I say Infinite?
Yep.
I would like to play this game by Sucker Punch. They make good games. That's what I'm saying.
You got to see those big one-hit kill slashes. You got to see the whole clean the sword off, and, you know, once it draws, it must taste blood.
I saw some people getting mad because katanas probably didn't exist in the time period. And then I'm looking it up right now. And it's like, nah, it was invented in 700 AD.
Wait, that's
fine.
What time period does Tsushima take place in?
It's in 1274. It's expanding on like
the Mongol invasion.
A very minor Mongol invasion.
Mm-hmm. 1274.
Yeah, and apparently katanas weren't in popular use back then, and it's like, who cares?
Well, I talked about this the other day on another stream, but on Wooly Versus, I was bringing up the fact that I heard, or rather, I read a fact, and then I looked it up a little bit, and I'm like, I don't want to be one of those. Like, this is a perfect thing that is like a Wooly moment where I go, oh yeah, like, isn't this like this? I heard this is the thing, and then it's like, Wooly, that was never a thing, you idiot. What the fuck are you talking about? And I'm like, I don't know. This is what I thought. So it turns out this one is real, though. Swords in popular fiction used everywhere. It's the big old legendary human weapon. Meanwhile, the spear is the most popular weapon in human history. And
no question.
And always has been, and is
a stick.
And it represents the real weapon that most people would use in a lot of scenarios throughout history. Whereas the sword is your sidearm, and it is not your primary weapon. You know?
Oh man, this dude got in real in here.
A stick with a fucking blade on the end, a pointy stick, is really good for keeping people far and dead. And
those are what you want them to be. Far and dead.
But swords are cool, and that's reason enough for them to become the #1 mythical weapon item used everywhere in all fiction.
So here's the bummer that I always felt about that. Spears are really cool.
Mm-hmm.
Spears have cool things. Mm-hmm. You can twirl them. Mm-hmm. You can hit people with the bottom part.
Mm-hmm.
It's cool.
But they're not as fancy legendary as the sword.
It's true.
The sword is thrust.
I like a
slash,
halberd or like a bardiche. You know, some big fucking
fancy slash.
Spear axe. Pole arms are cool, is what I'm saying.
Pole arms are rad. I had a D&D character that used a faux shard. I was very happy with it.
That's cool, man.
Faux shards are cool.
So yeah, Ghost of Tsushima. What's that? Is that July?
Ghost of Tsushima.
What is that?
Ghost of Sushi.
When the fuck is that? That's gonna come out July 17th. When is that other Sony first party game coming out? May 29th. I see. Wait, what? Last of Us is coming out next week? Oh, sick.
Ghost of Tsushima.
No, wait.
July 17th, 2020.
Okay, Last of Us got changed to June 21st.
Yeah,
okay.
I want to say
so
2 episodes ago we had a story about the delay.
June 16th. June 16th? Okay. So that's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6. So it'll be 6 weeks in between one first party Sony game and a different, probably much more consistent and better first party Sony game.
I wonder if everything up until spoilers is still good.
Well, those spoilers were exhaustive. The spoilers described like the entire game, so that's like a weird. You know what I mean?
Yeah,
like that's a.
Yeah. Okay. All right.
There's a sticking point that people are latching onto. Actually, 2 sticking points.
Okay.
But
right. So let's see here. Ghost of Tsushima, 18-minute video, pretty good. Alongside that, the other big thing, of course, was the big old reveal of UE5.
looks shiny.
Extraordinarily so. They had a demo.
I'm shocked that a publication like PC Gamer is so stupid that they don't understand why Unreal 5 is impressive.
What happened?
PC Gamer put out a fucking article. This is like Unreal Engine 5 looks really good, but it doesn't look like it'll move games forward at all. And it's like that demo that for Unreal 5 is literally just talking to devs going, dude, it'd be so much easier to import this thing from ZBrush. Like it's not like it's a workflow trailer more than anything.
Yeah, the demo, there's a little demo showing Aloy Croft running around.
Yeah.
And it pauses at moments to show you that this is not pre-rendered. This is all in engine, that we can dynamically change the lighting, and everything looks hyper fucking realistic. Like there's shots where they're scrolling by rocks, and you're like, yeah, that's a photo of some rocks.
That's just a rock.
It's just a photo
of some
rocks.
They talk about like we scanned it and imported, and the engine can automatically transfer it. You don't have to build up the maps and all that shit. And all of it is just talking about like, hey man, you did this thing in the one program. You used to have to do all this shit in the middle. You don't have to do that middle shit anymore. You just dump it in. Just dump it in. It'll be faster.
Yeah.
It's like, that seems really good for developers.
And of course, it's always fun that, as you pop that video on YouTube, of course, you can fucking roll that up to 2160p.
Yeah. I think people should set their expectations for the Unreal 5 trailer by going back and watching the Unreal 4 trailer and comparing that to games that came out using Unreal 4.
Right.
And then you'll be able to go, okay. Right.
What you're going to get from the tech demo is always the height of the effort that the developer is willing to put in.
Yeah.
And the average developer will put in a bit less effort than that. So
yeah, because it's a 5-minute demo.
It's a 5-minute demo. shows off like an amazing amount of detail for 2 seconds. You can't.
So I'm looking at like the Unreal 4 trailer, which is like a big demon walking through like a crumbling thing, and like, yeah, it's a really fancy, expensive tech demo, but that is what games kind of look like. Like, you can see it, right?
By the end of the engine, by the end of its time, you get to a point where a lot of people are doing what that tech demo looks like, but the effort the dev puts in is not going to be the same as the effort that the tech demo is showing you. So,
and the other thing is that drives me crazy is I saw people talk about like, oh my god, this hyper realism shit is so tired. Where's my stylized? Like, it's a demo of the technology, guys. You can make anything with that lighting tech. You just twist some knobs. Make it hyper saturated or like what? Oh, it's so stupid, dumb, stupid, dumb, smelly. Thank you.
Well, anyway, that was beautiful. And
thank you.
No, I'm not referring to your.
Thank you.
No,
I appreciate you saying that.
Unreal 5 looks pretty. You know what probably should have been produced on Unreal 5?
What's that?
The finale of the hit TV show Blacklist.
Man, I'm so glad you brought this up because
if only UE5 was around in time for Blacklist, this would have been a non-issue. But unfortunately, today we've got to take a moment in our video game stories to talk about the television show Blacklist. Because have we got a hot one. If you don't know what I'm talking about, you can go check my retweets, because I specifically and then retweeted this again.
Did you?
I bumped it up. I untweeted
go do it too.
I untweeted it and retweeted it again so that people can catch this. But
there it is. Okay, I'm gonna retweet it.
One Tanuki Kuribo on Twitter has posted a tweet with 2 of them actually that says scenes from the Blacklist season finale had to be computer animated because the episode wasn't finished when they had to stop production because of coronavirus. I know they probably had to scramble, but man, this is rough. They let this air unironically. This is jarring, but also has that so bad you have to see it kind of vibe. It
looks like those Xbox Live indie porn games.
Don't even give them that much dignity. This is Poser and Bryce 3D.
You know the names?
This is Poser and Bryce 3D. This is going back to an era of what was it? Like I think it was cgart.com, where you go into these fucking forums of people that are just grabbing their first 3D things before even like Source Filmmaker was around to make it easy for you. And you just move these models around, and oh boy, is this not good. I mean, they took the actors, they digitized their faces, and they slapped them on like what must be GameCube era, like poly models almost in some cases. They put on an extremely high contrast lighting style that is a little bit of whatchamacallit, Scanner Darkly / Max Payne with it. But ultimately, it's just they didn't have the ability to finish production, and instead of just stopping, they decided to create a comic book weird sort of dream CG finale. And
on top of that, the actors are not voice actors. And the instant the transitions of these bits happen, the acting becomes garbage. Like instantly.
Yeah.
It's hilarious.
Yeah, imagine really bad Wolf Among Us. Like dead performance, dead faces. And here's the thing: a lot of shows shut down production. You know,
it happens.
A lot of shows
especially now.
are basically on hold on hiatus until further instructions. When you do this, it's such a weird, like, I would rather like tank what exists to come out on time than just wait and hold on to, I don't know, whatever integrity Blacklist had. Again, all I know about the show is apparently it's about some wanted man that joins the FBI to hunt down the criminals. But
what a great first impression we're getting of this show we've never heard of.
It's just a ridiculous decision where, like, if you just stop, just literally just do anything else, just stop, you can return and maintain some ounce of dignity. But instead you're like, nope, we've got to put it out. Something has to come out, for better and for worse. And here we go. This is what it is. You know, lines recorded off of people's Zoom conversations, possibly.
Appears to be, yeah.
You know? Why would you do this? We don't live in it reminds me of the world where Japanese baseball means that all anime can go fuck itself, and a show like Wolf's Rain has to go through 4 recap episodes on its last fucking stretch of 4 episodes and can't end on a proper note because baseball's in season. You know, and it's just like, we will not stop. We will not allow you to not put something on the air. There can be no hiatuses. There can be no reruns. Something must come out.
Blacklist will not stop. God damn it.
And I just don't get it. Like, just stop the thing. Stop it.
No, I don't want to.
Put something else on, and then
I don't want to
make the thing finish, and then show yeah. It's just a common thread, you know. There's a common thread to this week in all our topics, and it's the same thread almost every single week. And it's just, hey, can you make this project, this movie, this comic, this video game, this TV show, can you make it the best version it could be? And it's like,
no,
we could, but production logistics, bad decisions, and overall the desire to min-max that dollar mean we got to compromise how good the thing is in order to min-max that dollar. Yeah.
You want to watch that new Snowpiercer show?
What the fuck are you talking about?
Oh, buddy.
Snowpiercer's getting a TV show?
Oh, you don't even know?
That fucking hunk of shit?
Oh my god.
Are you serious?
Wooly, check this link out that I just sent you. They rebooted the original draft into a cop show.
Why would you bring back Snowpiercer? Let it die.
Quote, Wooly, quote, you're the only homicide detective on this train.
Wait. TNT's Snowpiercer turns Bong Joon-ho's dystopian thriller into a cop show.
Hold on.
This adaptation is a watered-down insult to the movie. Dude! A crime...
The original Snowpiercer TV pilot was shot in 2017. This is from somebody, Gavia Baker Whitelaw at Hello Taylor. But the network demanded such extensive rewrites that the showrunner and director both left. In the new version, half the cast have completely different roles from what they were hired to play. David Diggs' character was originally described as a drug addict who spends most of his time with a cage of rats. Annalise Basso was cast as a quiet and diligent working-class girl, but now plays a spoiled brat. Allison Wright was cast as her mother, but she now plays the Tilda Swinton knockoff role. The train's archivist is now a nightclub owner. While the original cast did include police, I suspect the rewrites involved retooling the story into a more conventional crime procedural format. Did Wooly leave?
I'm here. I'm reaching for something.
Did I scare Wooly away?
I'm reaching for something.
What did you acquire?
I have acquired... Shit. Hello?
Yeah, I know. You're
My
here.
headset
You're good.
fucked up a little bit. Here we go.
No, you're good.
I have acquired Volume 1, Snowpiercer, The Escape, the comic that was then developed into a film. And if you watch that film, you might think it's pretty weird, but kind of interesting with its idea, just poor in its execution. And as you get through the story, it more or less is sort of faithful and then kind of does its own thing and then has its own crazy ending that's totally different. And then at the end of Volume 1, which is the movie, basically, you then see an ad for Snowpiercer 2. And you're like, what the fuck is Snowpiercer 2? And then another book comes out called Snowpiercer 2, The Explorers. And, you know, whether or not you liked the movie or didn't, again, the movie to me was the best version of the story because the first comic, not that great. But hey, it's fine. And then the fucking Snowpiercer 2 happens, and then you find out there was another train the whole time. The Icebreaker. It was just on a different track, you guys. But the different track was another high luxury train, and they had their own story happening while the Snowpiercer story was happening. Yes, there was 2 trains the whole time. Time to tell a different story, folks. In Snowpiercer 2, The Explorers, featuring the Icebreaker. It's fucking lovely. A good time is had by all.
So, hey, you want to see a Law and Order in the Snowpiercer universe?
Procedural cop drama, you say. Okay.
Yeah.
Well, now you've got my attention.
Oh, it's already been renewed for a second season.
That's fucking sick. Before it even started, I love it. I love it.
That's great.
Oh, we're in there.
I bet they can call that Snowpiercer 2.
Oh my god. If it's a TV show, you know they're gonna fucking go Icebreaker on the second season, bro.
Oh, man.
You know that the
and then the season finale of season 2 could be like, oh no, the trains are actually on the same track.
so season 1 ends. I'm not gonna spoil Snowpiercer if you haven't seen it, but season 1, you fucking end it with the camera just panning away from the train and then into the sky, and then it pans down onto the second train, and then you zoom in and it goes Icebreaker. And then you have season 2 is the Icebreaker, and then the Icebreaker is doing its thing running around the track, and then we're solving all the problems in that situation. And then at the end of that, it moves ahead and it zooms all the way down the track, and it shows you both trains facing each other on the same track.
Oh no!
Season 3! Now you have to renew it. Now you gotta make a season 3. You gotta give them money. They're playing chicken with the fucking story and with the viewers. I need to know how this ends. It's both trains flying together. That's how we do it. And then, as soon as season 3 starts, a third train comes in the middle of the first 2, like Nero. and the a third train flies between the other 2, and it's like, I won't let you die. And that would be the Winter Smasher, and the Winter Smasher is okay, all right. The Slush Musher. The Slush Musher. I like that. That's better. That's better. The Slush Musher gets right in between the other 2 trains. And then the 2 trains have a what? Huh? Oh, no. Shit. And that third train was just dead weight the whole time. But secretly deep down, even though we weren't paying attention to it, the potential of the Slush Musher surpasses even that of the Icebreaker and the Snowpiercer.
Oh my god, dude. Are you serious?
Because the power of its engine is it's not just coal like the old trains, but this is a hybrid. It's coal and electric powered. So it has the best of both.
That's crazy.
Dead freight.
Dude, everything sucks.
Man, can we?
I feel like Hannibal right now.
Shit,
Could just
dog.
be like, ha ha ha, this sucks, man.
Yo, can we just get like Thomas the Tank Engine faces on these fucking trains flying at each
hell
other?
Yeah.
Expressionless and dead. Beautiful. Beautiful. I love it. I am absolutely all in on this show. I fucking need it. This is the opposite of the Westworld effect, where like before it started, the letdown has already occurred so hard that I need to see the failure in every ounce, in every way. I need its juices. I need to suck the marrow from its bones. You get it.
I get it.
All right, well, that just...
I'm sad now.
I mean, that just fucking took the wind out of my sails because I am blown away. I am blown away. Yeah. Is it a hype train or is it a train wreck? You tell me. Who knows?
It's a hype train wreck.
Yep. Well, in any case, speaking of uncertain outcomes to potentially hype announcements.
Okay.
Paper Mario, the Origami King, has been announced for Switch. Secretly, under the cover of night, Nintendo has been developing a fucking full-on Paper Mario game, and no one knew anything about it. And Paper Mario, from what I understand at least, is a franchise where it's impossible to know whether or not it's a good one until you touch it and find out whether or not it's an RPG.
It's a coin flip.
Because it seems like
a literal coin flip.
They've kept the style but fucked around with the gameplay so many times in this franchise that you've gotten amazing legendary RPGs and then you've gotten like not so great let down platformers, and you have no idea what it's going to be, and Nintendo doesn't seem to want to tell you that much about what it's going to be. So the name Paper Mario unfortunately does not necessarily give you enough information, you know.
I'm just shrugging here. It's like I looked at it, I saw the trailer, and I'm like,
maybe
just make it like Thousand Year Door again.
That seems to be what the consensus is. The consensus seems to be make it like the first ones or the second one and not like the other one. Do the good one, not the bad one.
And then they keep going, no, I don't want to.
Show combat. Hide it. I'm gonna hide it though. Don't look at the fighting. You won't know. Yeah.
Well, even in Sticker Star, it wasn't enough because they showed combat, but what they didn't show was that every single combat move you had to do took up an item and that you never gained experience. So they showed the combat and you're like, oh, that looks cool. And then you discovered that combat is the worst thing in the game and you should never do it.
It's kind of like taking that elf system I described for Mega Man Zero and expanding on it.
Yeah. In all the worst ways.
But there's hope.
So people in the chat are saying they have shown combat for this game and that combat showcase had no details that would make anyone feel any better.
Okay.
So they must have shown like literally what it is like to fight enemies.
We'll find out.
And that's it.
But all is not lost, because it would seem that the timeline in which Tony never meets Bam and the timeline in which Tony does not die have been defeated. and the true timeline remains. And then perhaps the Tony C convergence can be stopped from taking place as we all reconvene. We come together, we go down the path of Thug Pro, and we finally arrive at Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1+2.
So, this is a new HD re-release / combination of Tony Hawk 1 and 2, but there is obviously a lot more work going into this one than the prior. One, it's both games combined.
Two, it's not a fucking definitive edition. It's a goddamn remake.
Yeah. Three, the devs said, don't worry, revert will be in the game, because every dev kept screwing up all the vert transitions because they kept hitting the button by like default. Because revert is part of the fucking formula.
Yeah, it was added later than 1 and 2, but it became a needed addition. I also got used to the running off the board in Thug as well.
Yeah. Here's the craziest thing. I just looked it up. They released the soundtrack.
Yes.
That will be in the game.
Yes.
And it is only missing 5 songs.
Yes. And among those missing songs is my absolute fucking favorite. God damn it. One Super Bunny Hop pointed it out. And I didn't even fucking notice that they released the soundtrack list. Anthrax, Public Enemy, Bring the Noise is fucking gone, dude. And that is my favorite track in all of Tony Hawk, in every single one of them.
So that is the one that stands out.
Fuck me, dude. That song is so good.
But it's still pretty great that they got all the other ones.
It's fantastic that they got everyone else.
Because this is always the thing whenever these old sports games come out.
How low can you go? Death row. What a brother knows. Once again, back. It's the incredible, the rhyme animal, the incredible D. Public Enemy #1. All right. It's the best. It's the best, dude. Oh, that song's going to hurt me, man.
Yeah. But this is easily the best attempt I've ever seen at getting the right songs.
It is.
I can only imagine they went to these bands and they were like, can we use it? And the answer just came back, no. Like, not let's talk, but just no.
I know.
Not going to do it.
I know. I at least they had the presence of mind to release the list and tell you this is what we got and this is what we didn't, because the only thing more important than the only thing as important as the way the game feels is the fucking soundtrack.
Yeah. That soundtrack was definitive. It was unbelievable. Like you got a real good feel as to like, what is skate culture? It's these 35 songs. That's what it is. And yes, Superman by Goldfinger is totally in the game,
of course
guys.
it
Stop
is.
asking.
No duh. Yes, that's the obvious. That's the obvious. But, you know, never batted than the brother was madder than mad at the facts corrupt like a senator. Souls on a rope, but they treat it like soap on a rope.
There's one thing about this HD remake thing, whatever it is, that is by far the weirdest thing that I could ever imagine.
What?
They're getting the whole band back together, skater-wise.
Yeah, they got everybody.
And they're scanning them in now.
Yeah, we don't got the old Muska man. We got the new Muska man. He's fucking.
We want current Muska.
Absolutely. That Christ stare is gonna have a little bit of back crook to it.
So everyone is in their 40s at least. Dude, it's hilarious. It really gives you the feeling of like somebody behind like Rodney Mullen with a gun. Just being like, grind the rail, Rodney. I can't do it. I'm too old. Grind the rail, Rodney.
And you get to see Tony interviewing everybody and having these little fun hangouts, getting the band back together with, you know, all the folks that have been there since day one, like Jack Black.
Yep.
What?
Yep. I don't care. I just want. I'll watch people talk to Jack Black.
Yeah. Now, can we? Because we're not getting then. Then is not happening, right? Then has been delayed. Tony Hawk's Existential Nightmare has been indefinitely shelved for the moment, and that's fine.
The only thing that.
But if this game delivers on the Tony Hawk microwave hallway, I think we have a chance. I think we have a chance. It all depends on whether or not they deliver.
So, my only really strong disappointment in this game's release is that Bam is still alive. So he isn't being replaced by like a skeleton with like a douchebag hat on.
I mean, if Bam is alive,
let's scan in Bam's corpse, you know?
If Bam is alive, then that means that shopping carts and hobos and pissing on things, and most importantly,
and beating up your dad for no reason,
and Eric fucking Sparrow are all a part of the adventure. You know, this is the risk, right? Bam joining brings chaos into the world where there once was only.
I fucking hate Bam Margera so much, dude. I fucking hate Bam Margera so much. Whenever me and my pals would watch like Jackass, we noticed something about the Jackass crew, and that would be like everybody got pranked really bad, but Bam was the only one that they would prank so hard that he would like cry, and the ones against him were like super cruel. They were super, super cruel, and I would always feel like, good, fuck you, Bam. Good.
Now it's just a question, though. It's like this: we will see the intent, right? We will see the intent because Bam canonically did not exist in the timeline at this point.
That's true. He hadn't entered the timeline yet.
Bam is not yet in the timeline. Will they warp things to bring him in preemptively and create a whole new line of events?
Okay, this is gonna be. I don't even know if you know what. I don't even know if this is gonna be obscure or not. But if Bam comes in, can we get Tom Green to come in to take him out?
No. Whispers will grab Bam and pull him.
Whispers of Green?
Whispers of Tom Green will pull Bam out of the fucking skate park. And every time Tony's like, wait, who's that? What was that? Was that? I'm like, no, I don't know. It was nothing.
You know, go and you'll hear the clarion call of I'm Swedish, as ghosts grab onto Bam and remove him. As he begs you for cocaine.
Fucking his fat dad will be walking by, and like there'll be a moment of like the game has a prompt where you're supposed to do something to this guy, but you're not sure what, and the guy's like, what do you want? And it's like, nothing. I think nothing, and then Bam's dad just has a peaceful day, and nothing happens to him. The whispers, dude. This is what happens, man. You know,
dude. Those whispers are gonna show up in meme form for many long time. Many long time, because it works. It works every time.
And Eric Costin knows exactly what's happening, but he can't tell anybody. Shh. He knows what's going on, and he just has to keep Tony in the dark the whole time. Man, there's a lot that could happen, dude. There's a lot that could happen. Notice that this game is called Tony Hawk's Pro Skater 1+2. What if that title means more than it sounds like?
What if? It's a shame that we live in the current monetization world, because back in the old days, you know what this game could actually have? Like, you would beat all the levels, and then it would unlock all the Tony Hawk 3 levels.
Yeah. Yeah.
And that would be the greatest thing ever.
I'd like to see, or even just like you're going through the character creator and like you notice you've got like, hey, look, that looks a bit like Eric Sparrow's head. Whatever. That looks like is that his shirt? Oh, okay. Yeah. Huh. Your name can automatically be Sparrow. That's okay, whatever. And you make your own character, but if you put all the assets together and you resurrect him in the form of the custom skater, the game changes. The title screen fucking turns dark and the resurrection is complete because you yourself has brought him back. And reunion theory has come too. Eric Sparrow looks at Tony and says, I will never be a memory.
Never, Tony. And then the final level is you have to travel back in time and smother Eric Sparrow in his crib with a skateboard.
With an Omni 900.
Perform a 900 kickflip on this crib.
Grab the baby and do an Omni 900 so fast that you absolutely annihilate young Sparrow before it's too late. The only way to save the current timeline. Advent Sparrow. Oh my god. Yep. Tony gets these headaches from time to time. He, sees things he shouldn't be seeing. Everyone's like, Tony, you okay? And he's like, what? Yeah, no, I'm fine.
Well, see, this is weird because they're all going to be old. Yeah, are they all going to be like in their 40s, but the stages are going to be in the mid-90s? Like,
I mean, like maybe Tony attempts to defeat Sparrow with one last 900, but he only gets 720 of the way there. But
oh no!
But before he fades away, Riley grabs the board and completes the rest of it, and Riley becomes the new hero that picks up where Tony left off. Maybe Riley Hawk's turn is now.
Riley, you can do it. And he picks up the board and he's in the transition and he's spinning. And then you see the ghost of Tony behind him. Like Goku.
Exactly. That's
and he grabs the
that's
board
what I'm saying.
And yanks it. And then Riley hits the 1080.
That's what I'm saying. Riley's got to go further. But first, Tony has to throw a Senzu bean to Eric Sparrow to defeat him at his strongest. But I believe Riley Hawk can do it. You know?
Dude.
Yep. Then can still exist.
So this is the part where, like, I'm now going to forget about the game until it comes out, and I'm going to look at it, and I'm going to get bits of this conversation confused with reality, and play it, and be like, oh, right. That was just all bullshit we said. None of that was real.
Just
oh well.
Officer Dick dropping a plate on Sector 7.
Why would you do that, Officer Dick? Why would you do that?
Oh man, all right, there it is. Skate on, my son. Well,
I don't know if it's part of the podcast news, but you see the Anthem shit that's happening now?
No.
And yes, Anthem shit.
No.
I can go through it really quickly. They're talking about how they're going to be really transparent with the redevelopment of Anthem and that people might see things they don't like, but just trust us.
Such as?
Wouldn't say. But they're going to be really transparent about it. And the second thing is that it has been discovered that there are a total of 30 people set to fix Anthem and essentially remake the entire game.
What is happening?
Like, why bother?
Why are they not... like, everyone would have cut their losses by now.
I can tell you exactly. If they completely cut it off, then the consumer trust in their next big live service game will be zero.
Is dead. Okay.
They need to puppet Anthem along until it eventually hits a somewhat non-busted state of some kind right before their next live service game comes out. It's so that they can go, look, guys, we stuck with it.
Oh, man.
You know you can count on our support.
We're seeing the exact same thing with Fallout 76.
Oh, yeah.
Like, these live service games are being trotted along in their fucking emaciated skeleton-only forms.
Well, Fallout 76 does make money. People do buy it. And they do spend the transaction money.
Because I guess I'm like, is there a thought somewhere where they're like, maybe we can pull a Hello Games? You know?
No, the thought is this is actually a lost cause, and we're putting the minimum amount of resources in to say that we will always support our games no matter what, to increase consumer confidence for the next one.
I mean, you know, God bless if you manage to make something great where people spent their money and give them an experience in the end. But like, it's like, what would it take to get people who bought it to like, fuck, you know, if it's a complete
Anthem, make a completely
new game. If you just make a completely new game and then go boot it up now, it's completely different. It's something else entirely. Then yeah, I guess that's what it would take. You know, hey man, look, I'm not gonna turn my nose up at an attempt to do right by customers, but holy shit, man.
This is not a real attempt.
I don't know what. Who knows? Who knows? You know,
Hello Games and FF14 were real attempts.
And
they were successes as well.
I mean, the other thing too, of course, is like the BioWare portfolio with this and Andromeda. You know, is pretty much at an all-time low.
All right, so I'm gonna bring out some math on you right now. It's time math, right? So Anthem was in development for 5 years, right? And then it came out, and for most of that time, they didn't know what it was. So 5 years minus that means Anthem started dev in 2014. They said that they didn't really know what they wanted to do with it until E3 of 2017. Then it came out February 22nd, 2019. Anthem is a year and 3 months ago. And now, 1 year and 3 months after its release, we are seeing the team of 30 that remain talk about, so we're really gonna start, you know, trying to make a good game.
If they Realm Reborn it, then good.
Well, let's say they do put a game out. Let's be kind and say that comes out in 2 years. They will have gone through a 10-year dev cycle and 2 releases to make what will likely still be a piece of shit.
10-year release cycle. I've heard that before. Where have I heard that before? Oh, yeah.
Destiny.
Yeah. The other one.
You know how Destiny's lived its entire lifespan?
Yeah.
In that time period? I don't even...
There is a coffer. This is the amount of money they are willing to spend on this game. It probably has a bottom. We don't know where it is, but clearly they haven't hit it yet. God bless. God bless, you know?
So the way that I think that works,
I will not spit on you
like I'm repeating myself.
I will not spit on you as you climb the cliffside.
So I feel like the way that this actually works is that coffer ran out long ago. And the money they're putting into Anthem right now is the part of the advertising budget for a game that's coming out 3 or 4 years from now.
I wonder.
It's part of the budget of make it so that people can.
I mean, that's a wild spec. I don't know. We don't know shit.
I don't mean it's literally part of the advertising budget, but if you let your live service game just straight up die, you will not get people to hop on the next one.
All your goodwill's gone. Yeah, that I do get for sure. Yeah.
Like that's why the servers for like old shooters go down after the new shooter has come out. Never before, because if they do it before, then you're faced with the these servers are going to turn down. But then they get it on you once you've already bought it.
If these motherfuckers shut down Titanfall 2's servers, there will be rioting.
They will do that 2 weeks after Titanfall 3 comes out in 2034.
Well, how kind of you to throw out a number. Because, hey, there's nothing like hard confirmation that no, we are not secretly working on Titanfall 3, despite what you might think or might have heard or heard from people like us. Despite the fact that we might have said things that indicate otherwise in the past ourselves from the mouth of babes. There is nothing currently in development, Vince Zampella told IGN, but it's always there. You see little bits of stuff coming back through the lore in Apex Legends. At some point, I would love to personally see a resurrection there. I'll see if I can make that happen. Currently working on Fallen Order 2. Yeah, so DICE is...
I would play so much Apex if it had a solo mode, dude.
DICE is the Star Wars company right now. Like, why do we got to do this dance? You know? Why do we got to do this dance? Titanfall 2 is amazing. And then can we just I don't need to be do-si-doed and square danced around and around with these updates and newses and non-newses and things and so on and so forths. It happens or it doesn't fucking happen, but you know, I don't need these highs and lows. I don't need them. Anyway, so there you go. Titanfall 3 ain't happening. Until it's happening. But it's totally not happening. Actually, for real. Just quick stories here.
Just give me solos, dude. Come on.
Quick stories here. Not much to it. The wait is finally over. You've been waiting for it. Well, here it comes on May 22nd. The TurboGrafx 16 Mini will arrive.
Lit. Whoa.
I mean, you got your fucking pre-order in, right?
I don't care about the fucking
Dude, what are we doing here? Are we wasting time? Get your fucking pre-order in.
Turgo Brav. Fuck it.
Get your pre-order in so that you can be the first one to play
Bonk's a game.
Splatterhouse.
Right?
Splatterhouse. You can play Bomberman.
You play Rondo of Blood? Really? And Snatcher?
Okay, Hudson. You can play Hudson games. Fantasy
Bonk.
Zone, Goose and Goals, Gradius 2.
Dungeon Explorer.
New Adventure Island.
Darius,
R-Type,
Wonder Boy 3,
Snatcher,
Street Fighter 1,
Ys, Book 1 and 2, Superstar Soldier, Darius, Spriggan. There's a Spriggan game you can go play. Yeah. Ninja Gaiden. There you go. Go get it.
Wow, what a great system.
Get your shit. Get your shit, guys.
What's the controller look like?
Well, it looks like a new version of the old TurboGrafx controller.
Great, kill me. Kill me now. Do it. Do it now.
If you care about Mafia, the remakes are all happening. There was a leak.
Cool.
Microsoft Store accidentally put up site showing you Mafia 1, 2, and 3 remastered definitive editions with their launch dates, August 28th for Mafia 1 and May 19th for Mafia 2, but that doesn't make any sense because that would put the sequel before the part 1, so that might be the next year probably, I assume, because the years are not on the announcement.
I don't know anything about Mafia except for that video of the kid shitting himself.
I mean, I played the first hour or two of Mafia 3, and...
Did you shit yourself?
No, it was the black guy. And then...
Did he shit himself?
He didn't. And then I think we tested Mafia 2 back in outsourcing for, like, Loke. And I think that was it. That was my extent of it. I got to watch a lot of people testing that, but didn't actually touch 2. But yeah, looks like these are getting redone and prettied up and coming out soon. So that's cool.
Cool.
I heard good things about 1 and 2, and they seem like very different vibes from the way 3 played out. So, Nier Reincarnation is not being written by Yoko Taro.
All right, throw it away.
It's being written by a team of 4 scenario writers, and Yoko Taro's job is to take those scenarios and come up with an idea for how the plot will overall work together.
All right, yep. Into the trash with that.
This is not good news. This is not good news.
Luckily, that's the mobile game.
The strength of Yoko Taro's work is that he is involved with it.
All of it. Even the stupid plays, which are terrible. They're really bad.
It is difficult but possible to convince me that someone else would have the ability to convey a story with his same vibes and tone. It is not possible to convince me that 4 people can do this well.
Yeah,
even with his oversight.
It's not even just like some other new guy is writing it, and then Yoko Taro signs off. It's like this weird mishmash of oh man.
Yeah, that sucks. That's not good news. You never want to find out that like the best part of a thing is its writer, and then he's not involved on a thing, and then you go, all right, who is it going to? And you're like, 4 other people. Do we know them? So far, no announcement about that, but not great. Not great. And you know, prior to this, I was definitely looking at it and going, hey, this might be one of the mobiles that is okay. That's and
then the devs behind it were like, we need to make sure to give no one ever a good reason to care about mobile games ever.
I'm top 500.
This makes the FF14 raids more canon than the real mobile game.
I'm top 500 in Teppen, so I guess I kind of care.
And is that on the PC as well?
No, it's not.
It should be.
It's not. So
that would be nice.
I'm in there. Yeah. So, you know. Yeah. Hopefully the other Nier projects are gonna come out with some good news. You know?
Do you think they're going to put giant asses in the Nier remake?
I think if they know what's good for them, they wouldn't dare to make a Nier game without a giant ass in it. There's never been...
Do you think those wolves are just going to have like horribly inflated asses? And they'll pop like balloons when you stab them?
I mean, it's better that the wolves have it than young Kaine. Because that would be weird.
Yeah, you're right. It wouldn't be weird if the wolves have it, says you.
You've seen baboons.
I have not.
Well, anyway. Grown-ass Kaine has a grown ass. Non-grown-ass Kaine does not have a grown ass. Because she's not grown-ass. Get it?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, God damn it. You ever be listening to something and it just like a single like word just triggers a stupid thought in your mind?
Can't be dumber than this conversation.
All I can think of is Grimace, right? The McDonald's character.
And his fat ass.
With Emil's mask on, going, "What's up, brother Nier? Are you looking at my McNuggies?"
Sweet. That story might be better than the one we get.
Way to turn that nonsense into like a actual thing. Good job, man. That's good.
Yeah, that's what I'm here for. And last, but certainly not least, you're gonna wanna open up a window to check this one out because I know you definitely.
Oh, I'm in there.
Have not heard of it.
Don't.
A new procedurally generated action adventure RPG, which also includes a little bit of Pokemoning, called Cassette Beasts. Looks really cool.
All right. Cassette Beasts on Steam. All right. Looks cool.
And what you do is you grab some of these Pokemons and then you turn into them and then you fuse together with your others and then they create fusions. And then you fight with these fusion monsters. And
my biggest problem with Temtem was that the art style looked kind of bad.
Mm-hmm.
And this art style is great.
The art style's really cool here. So you're running around with your little pixel character on on a 3D world, tile based, of course. And you get into some Pokemon fights, and then you call in your buddies. You guys kind of turn into Digimon, Pokemon, whatever. It's a little bit of that Digimon frontier, I suppose. And then you fuse together, and then you fucking Digimon it up. So check it out. Seems cool.
That does seem cool.
And it seems like there's a lot of possible combinations. And I think this is going to, go into a nice space where Temtem exists and Pokemon and Digimon exist, and Cassette Beasts is also now a thing. By Bitten Studio.
That's good. I like this.
Yeah, it looks cool. It's cute. I wanted to shout it out. Actually, the reveal was last week, and we ran out of time for it. But I want to make sure to give people the heads up on it. Cassette Beasts, by BYTTEN Studio. Looks cool. Okay. So
we did it.
Well, I suppose we could talk about the culling story, but you're gonna have to buy that story for extra micro.
You gotta buy the story, and then you can listen to a piece of it.
Yeah. So for $3.99, if you insert $3.99 right now, you can hear the culling story, and if you don't insert that money into your monitor, then this content is locked.
Sorry, bitch. What a pile of shit.
You know, I tried.
What a stupid pile of shit.
I sat there when I heard about this culling, and I tried to come up with some kind of funny tweet involving paying 50 cents to play arcade machines.
Mm-hmm.
And I couldn't think of anything.
But yeah, it's too stupid.
I couldn't think of anything, so I just said nothing. But then I read Plague's tweet about it, and it's just like, it's like literally it would have been more honest to just say, give us your fucking credit card number and shut the fuck up.
Just do it.
Because we once lived in a world of, you know, of joking about things, saying like, oh man, can you imagine, like one day we're going to see this whole micro world, this whole microtransaction and games as a service world lead to a game where it'll start to become the norm, where you literally you use micro transactions to play a single session of the game. And that was a punchline in the old yore days of 2006. And here we are. In 2020. You cannot play this game without buying a single session of play. And then when that's gone, you have to buy another one.
That's about right.
So I heard,
fuck off. It
sounds fucking awful. Now, here's the thing, right? And I didn't look further into it. So, but in full disclosure and being as honest as possible, I saw someone mention something about a price plan where that exists at a lower, like entry level, and that there is a full version of the game you can buy that will not feature that, but I don't know if that's real or not. This was literally a single comment saying the game will have a full mode that is not play per pay to play, B2B2P.
I think the funniest part about this is Culling 2 exists, but Culling 1 is the one coming back, and it's also a piece of shit.
Oh yeah, by the way, we're talking about the Culling 3, right? Or what's the subtitle on it? 4 or
we're talking about Culling 1.
No, but this game is there's a subtitle on it, Culling something.
Oh jeez, I thought it was Culling 1, dude. Like literally.
Origins, thank you. Origins.
That sounds like it's cuddling 1.
Culling is coming back to Xbox One with a pay-per-match scheme on top of costing $5.99. Players can play one free match online each day. Players can play additional matches through the following means. Winning an online match grants an online match token. Packs of online match tokens can be purchased, 3 tokens for 99 cents, 10 tokens for $2.99, 20 tokens for $4.99. Online passes providing unlimited online play can be purchased for 7 days or 30 days. That's what it was. You can buy a 30-day pass. Well, that effectively turns it into a subscription model.
Sure does.
If you take it in at the 30 days for $5.99, what you get is an MMO here.
A shitty MMO. Also, the game isn't even
It's not free. It's $5.99. It's not free. Yes. So that's important, right? There would be a very different ground to stand on if you could start playing this game once a day for free and then get your tokens or whatever the scheme is, because that's totally like coming at it from a different point of the market. But yeah, it is not free. It is asking you to buy up front and then to continue buying. But yes,
you know what's a great idea for a battle royale game? You know what's a great idea for a battle royale
game? Buy to pay to play. Yeah, that's good.
a game that dies if it can't get enough players. Let's figure out every way we can to make sure players can't play. Did you buy the game? Not good enough. Did you buy it again? Oh, okay. Like Culling 2, one of the reasons why it failed so utterly is that it never got the population to fill a single game. Games would start with like 10 people in them out of 100.
Yeah, but Pat, if you're good and you keep winning, you'll have enough tokens to keep playing.
Yeah, winning in a battle royale.
It's or the other thing where it's like if you have a regular sounding scheme in there, but then you have like 8 others that are fucking awful. It really is just like, so just, yeah, we'll throw every other version of the options at you as the primary means by which we want you to play this game. Or you can go to, again, the closest thing to acceptable, which is a 30-day pass, which is essentially, again, an MMO situation, except MMOs often give you way more than this is for that subscription. Wild. I feel bad. When I read this story, I feel bad because I'm like, there's people that are fans of this that really just never got a chance because shit like this gets in the way of the game itself. Like, you can't even begin to talk about the content of the game and whether or not it's good or, you know, worth it or better.
Or it's like, hey, don't buy it.
It's immediately garbage. None of the discussion about the game itself even matters because you don't even get that far in the discussion. It's immediately trash.
It's like Rainbow Six. Rainbow Six Siege is a really good game. Don't buy it. Rip you off top to bottom. Everything about the game is a ripoff. Great game, though. Don't buy it.
Hey, man. There's not a lot of Culling fans, maybe, but there's more Culling fans than Rage of the Dragons fans out there. I'll tell you what.
Yeah.
If that game comes back and it's like, it's just a digital arcade, 50 cents to get a single match in, I think I'll just die a little bit. All right. Let's take some letters and roll out.
Okay, let's do that.
If you've got an email, you can send it in to castlesuperbeastmail@gmail.com. If it's trash, I'll read it and I'll be embarrassed for you. And if it's not, then
sick.
Maybe I'll...
Do you actually feel the embarrassment?
Yeah, sometimes it's like clustered. Sometimes you go through a hot roll of 10 and you're just like, ooh, pap, 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 ooh. You know? Sometimes.
Hey, hold on a sec. Before we continue on, I'd like to point out that somebody's like, I hate it when Pat talks about games that he's never played. Rainbow Six Siege is great. I have like a bunch of time in Rainbow Six, dumbass.
One guy?
One guy.
One guyism?
Yeah.
All right, well, you know.
I just never talk about it and never fucking play it on stream, but I absolutely have played Rainbow Six Siege.
That's cool. Hey, did you know that neat is a European term that comes from the UK?
I did hear that. I heard it from you.
Cool. Apparently it comes from the UK.
Yeah.
Interesting. So about those emails.
What do we have any good emails this week, or is it all the usual trash? I take your silence as the answer.
No, it's fine. I got a couple here. I just the neighing and braying of barn animals, as Penny Arcade once said.
Yeah.
Oh boy. Well, let's take one over here. from. How about this?
All right. Let's do it.
Buick says, "Dear Bat and Bully, Pat's recent talk about OCD impeding fun in games reminded me of why my gamer score on my Xbone doesn't end with a 5 or a 0.
Dude.
Get this.
Sucks.
Get this. Get fucking, here we go. When I was a shitty preteen, my parents bought me Disney Infinity, and there was an achievement that was very easy to get that was worth 4 gamer score. However,
fuck off.
However, there was an achievement that was worth 6 gamer score, but it required you to go to the store and buy another peripheral for $15 and use it in the game.
Oh my god, they know. That is absolutely 100%.
Can you believe?
That is 100% on purpose.
The gall of this bitch. The audacity of this hoe. I have never, ever seen a more clear through line of fuck you, OCD people. Go spend the money, you little shits. You little shits, go spend the fucking money. And they give you that for free.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
It is sinister. It is absolutely sinister. Like, you know, there's 2 kinds of people, maybe 3, but probably there's 2 kinds of people. Let's just simplify it. There's the people who hear that there's people out there that suffer from this type of feeling that they need and are compelled to act on it, and they go, damn, that sucks. And then there's those who go, okay, but wait though. Hold on a minute.
That's terrible. That's terrible.
What can we do about this? Child playing Disney Infinity? Little child? Not quite certain of what OCD might be?
I don't like that number.
Why not, little Pat?
I just don't like it.
Well, how do you fix it? Go buy the
I have to buy it.
Go buy the toy. Go buy the toy. That's how you fix it. Oh, you don't want to fix it? Well, you shouldn't have got the achievement. Can you think of games that prey on OCD to make a quick buck like this? Not on this level.
No, nothing.
This is sinister as fuck. And it's like it's so innocuous to anyone who doesn't care. Because it's like, it's, you know what I mean? It's like, it's such a small, little, random ass thing. And I imagine a parent going, fuck out of here, kid. Like, get it with the, I'm not buying shit, you know? But, oh, is that going to torture some poor souls out there?
That's so awful. I hate it.
They could have made it odd numbers to make it worse. It's true. They could have made it 3 and 7. They could have made it 1 and 9. But this is brutal. Yeah.
I hate it.
Yeah. All right. Dear CSB, Shy Ranger says, what is your favorite example of the title of something also being a thing in the thing? For example, Metroid Prime in Metroid Prime. That's a good one. That's a good one.
Chrono Trigger's pretty good.
Chrono Trigger is really good. I like that one too. All-time favorite, still Tengen Toppa Gurren Lagann.
Yeah, didn't expect that to happen.
That's currently the fave.
I'm a big fan of Dark Souls, honestly.
The Mass Effect is really interesting.
Yeah, I like Mass Effect.
That one is really good. Metal Gears, I suppose, but you know, they kind of
like Final Fantasy 13, The Lightning Returns.
Ah, yes, the lightning.
I like it.
That's true.
When she goes to the camera and says, you know, we really are the Final Fantasy 13, The Lightning Returns.
That is
Ellie.
That is true. That is true.
Oh, somebody said it in the chat. Attack on Titan.
Yep.
Attack on Titan has the best one.
Yep.
It's like 5 different ones in there.
Shingeki no Kyojin. Yep, 100%. Attack on Titan takes it. Attack on Titan takes it. Yep, that's true. I can't. I put things that are ongoing in a different place from things that are complete. So we'll see by the end what we have to say about it. But it is super up there with Tengen Toppa. Yeah, the name of the thing in the thing. That's good. Let's see here.
Man, that subgroup that refused to not call them Eotins must look super stupid now.
Gatsu and Griffisu.
Oh.
Dear Castle Super Beast, Brad says,
Brad.
How much should a high-level tournament play affect your playstyle? When you see a situation in a competitive game where your absolute best pick at highest level, i.e. Yun Third Strike, requires baseline competence rather than theoretical weaker choices, which in turn means play levels below the highest, the quote-unquote best choice will still be dropping combos or losing opportunities, while a weaker choice, your friend taunting with Q or using a grappler, can win games. See also the nomenclature of tier lists where you have B tier, A tier, S tier, etc. Okay, this is weirdly formatted, but the idea of it is, one, when faced with this choice, do you prefer the character with a higher tier ceiling, but a baseline that demands more gameplay competency? The character that's closest to the noob killer, assuming they both have equal aesthetic qualities. Or B, what's the best way to balance this? A good example being in StarCraft 2, Zerg is the best at high levels, Protoss is the worst, but Protoss has nearly endless variety of noob killing builds in order to trick and other tricks to deploy against Zerg for most of the player base. The dynamic is that the average Zerg player may have to play sharper in the matchup, but Protoss struggles like crazy at a professional level. Balancing this.
I play the character that I want to play because they're cool.
Yep, that is pretty much the core. So this is where
I like Dudley because he punches, and I like how you do the dash into the super.
Yeah, sincerely, Brad, who uses Slam Dance super art because Necro because he can't do the link into Electric Snake. Exactly.
Yeah, there you go.
Exactly.
See,
you get it.
Yeah.
You get it, Brad. You know the deal.
Yeah, you get it, Brad. You understand.
I mean,
you're playing Necro.
Listen,
you're playing Necro.
You know, when you play competitive games often enough, you're gonna start feeling the weight of the wins and losses and why they happen, and you're gonna start seeing patterns and going, damn it, I can't fucking stop this kind of character. And the meta is gonna become more and more apparent and important to you, and it's gonna start to bother you more because you're like, if I could just get around this one thing they can do, then blah, blah, blah. But to me, the reason why I'm here in the first place, the core of my choice, and the reason why I always want to keep this energy for get into fighting games is to show you that I'm picking a character based on what I think looks cool. It's the core of my purpose in picking anything, because if I don't have an attachment to what I'm picking, I'm not going to enjoy the game as much, no matter what's happening on a function level, function versus function. If I keep I pick Makoto and I pick her Super 1, even though like tier wise you're supposed to do SA2 and get the fucking juggles.
I can't super cancel it out.
Yeah,
the way that you're supposed to.
I do Seisushen Godanzuki every time because in addition to it being like a harder follow-up in a lot of cases, it's also like a cooler super. I enjoy her Super 1, you know? It's a thing. In some cases, you know, you get you pick what you like, and it grows on you, and then you commit to it and feel how you feel about it, you know? Like Darly Dagger is a really great example. If you just go picking your characters based on the tiers and the functions, some people enjoy games on that way, but I think you're in the minority. You know, there's rare people. There's like my friend that got really into Dawn of War, for example. He was like a top fucking player in that. Is someone who loved fighting games breaking. Well, I got him into like looking at Third Strike, for example. Like, and he's like, oh, fighting games are really interesting from a competitive point of view. And he looked at every choice as just like a tactical decision in the moment, you know? And like, it's like, yeah, some people are like that. They main the game. They're a Shang Tsung. They will jump around the roster and then pick according to what's the best odds of winning. But, you know, that's not my core interest in playing these games. You know, my core interest is based on like the aesthetic and the design of the character and the flow and the feeling of the game and all the things that shouldn't affect high level play and the meta are all things that matter to me. So I'm always just going to pick what I think is cool first and foremost and then learn the ropes around that.
Man, I miss Dawn of War being good.
It's absolutely the human element. Yeah. And I would go as far as to say that if you make choices without that part and you are not the type of person who can be attracted to just the data, if you're not attracted by looking at a bunch of frame data, numbers, and tier charts and like actually, you know, getting excited at that, like if that's not you and you pick this way without being attached to any character, when the going gets tough, you're not going to want to stick around. If you don't care about the character you're playing as, you're going to see no reason to stick through it. It's going to feel bad to lose, and it'll feel bad to lose a lot, and then you'll just be done.
Just pick guy that you think is cool. That's it.
Adam says, hey, Pat, hey, Wolves, it's me, some dude. One of the many Johns that bought Them's Fighting Herds, and I found the story modes way too hard. I took my L's and I let it stew on the back of my mind until I could pick up the controller to play the next day, like I do with all KOF bosses. The next day I saw an announcement from the developers about making AI tweaks to make it easier because players could not make it past an AI with auto block. Want to know if there's a video game or developer that denied you your self-righteous anger by capitulating before you're mad enough to complain. I feel like if I went another 10 rounds, I would have said something on their Facebook, but now I'm just waiting for the patch to be implemented.
Oh, man.
Have you ever had a moment where you went, this is fucking horseshit, and before you had a chance to say anything, they fixed it?
I remember Bloodborne did the opposite of that, where the 1.0 version of the game, like if you played it for long enough, would become fucked up super easy because enemies' AI would turn off.
Didn't Lightning Spear get adjusted right in the middle of my playthrough?
Oh yeah, remember it got nerfed into trash
right in the middle of my game.
Yeah, it was hilarious. Your build became worthless overnight.
Oh boy, that was
I do know that at some point Dark Souls 1 made those skeletons that don't drop any souls start to drop souls, which was like weird. It was a minor change, but it was like
I anticipate Teppen is going to have that any minute now.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I'm thinking 0 is just way too insanely strong, and I'm expecting him to get absolutely rocked into next fucking Thursday by the time the new season comes out, because this is 2 seasons now of pure 0 domination, because he's insanely strong compared to other people in the game right now.
Do you have to buy 0?
No.
Oh, well then definitely nerf him.
And last but not least, Tyler says, hey, Willie and Pat, I recently rewatched Ava for a few years. I had a negative opinion on it, and I've been binging the original NGE and EOE. I completely changed my mind. After rewatching it, I noticed that I misremembered almost the whole show, and I was never told about End of Ava during my first viewing. I was wondering if you had a similar experience of a series leaving a bad taste in your mouth, but upon rewatching it, you did a full 180 in your opinion. So I've had this a couple times in front of all of you guys with like stuff where I had a first impression that was wrong, but I don't know about going through the whole thing. I mean, Pat, you yourself had a first impression of Skullgirls that turned out to not be how you felt about it in the end. Same thing for Animal Crossing recently. For me,
same thing with Demon Souls.
My first impression of Souls games,
MOBAs.
My first impression of Souls games was totally different as well. But I can't think of any. But that happens a lot in life, I think. I can't think of any time when I've gone through something and then went through it again and changed my mind on it.
Yeah, me either. Yeah, I can't think of one. Sorry, email guy.
Yeah. It seems I mean, that's a really rare thing, right? I feel like that's a rare thing if you if you complete your thought and then go back and go, unless you were super young. Okay, if you were like a fucking child and you were watching Gundam Wing and then you came back to it and went, "Oh no." Then yeah, I guess
I think it's actually way more likely that I turned around from loving something to hating it,
right,
than the other way around.
Right. Yeah, there's always the possibility of, like, you know, aging up and having your tastes change.
Because, like, you'll go back and watch old cartoons, you'll be like, I love this shit, and then you're like, fuck, this is terrible.
But, like, when have I ever completed something and then been like, yeah, actually, I changed my mind. This is really good. No, can't say I have. Can't say I have. All right. Well, that's a tough question, but no clear answer for that.
I'm still bummed out about Dawn of War 3, dude. You just mentioned Dawn of War offhand, and now I'm just thinking about Dawn of War 3, and I'm fucking sad. That game sucks.
I didn't mean to put you in a fucking Izanami.
Yeah, well, you did. My day is ruined. Oh, well.
Okay. That's about the wrap up.
Yeah, we're done now.
I think so. Au revoir, Shoshana.
Oh, that's terrible. What does that mean? What are you implying?
I didn't feel like putting spit into it because I'm getting tired.
Okay. Are we off now?
Nope.
Oh. Can they still hear me?
Yep.
You guys all smell